I left y'all waiting long enough. Sup, nerds? Happy holidays. Thank you all for showing up. Should be a fun one today. What do you mean, what is this? Obviously, I'm dressing up with my Just Gonna Send It sweater. Are you silly? I'm still gonna send it. You guys know better. The emergency is that we have 2 new open weight models. Well, funny enough, one of them doesn't have their weights out yet, but yeah. I actually feel a little bad covering Minimax M2 when we don't have the weights yet, or a paper, or any of the other things. Michaela, you clearly don't know me that well. The best part about the holiday season is people stop booking meetings. I lock in during the holidays. It was the Christmas break last year where I built T3 chat. This is lock-in time. The 12 days of lock-in. Yeah, the BDR13 is great, and I'm happy the new mezes are good too. I'm pumped that you're enjoying that. I'm so addicted to my HDB 630s that they're affecting my productivity. I'm not trying the new Xiaomi model yet. Planning on refactoring the whole app? Yeah. Happy we're on the same place. Only place with info? Yeah, they did not put out much in terms of info on it, annoyingly enough. Appreciate the sources. I also had one other link I wanted to grab. I'm going to do that now before I forget to. Just because I've not been good about managing my to-do list or DMs the last few days. I noticed the more time I spend in my IDE, the less time I spend on literally everything else in my life. And that gets bad. So I wanted to grab this article because I really want to cover this at some point. All fine. Close. Switch here. Logging is a mistake. I'm actually really excited about that logging article because there's this like pile of fundamental concepts we have in software and software development and like how we use computers that we just don't challenge because they've been there for so long. There are stupid UI ones like your UI needs these 3 buttons to control where the windows go. These 3 buttons have existed for like 30 years, and I still think they suck. And then there are more fundamental ones like folders and file systems. Why can a file only be in one folder? Why, when you put it in 2 folders, are you now copying it? Why, when you make a change to one, does it not change the other? And don't fucking talk about symlinks. No user uses symlinks. There are just these things that exist in the ether of software that are dumb, that have been there forever just because. Ooh. Based on Skatebench. That's really cool. This is why I wanted to open source it. This is fucking awesome. Like, straight up, if you don't have a job, DM me. That'll get fixed real quick. Not, I can't hire. I don't have any availability. But, like, this is the exact type of initiative that shows you get the space and could do something valuable. Like, do you know how useful it would be for most companies to go just make a benchmark describing the problem they care about? This is so cool. Thank you for making this. This is dope. I have not tried AMI yet. I've been wanting to. This and the React Grab stuff that Aiden's been working on. I've not had a chance. I've also, funny enough, been doing back-end work. Oh, another bench. You guys are... Is benchmarking the new meta in my community? I would be so fucking pumped if the thing we all start doing now is this. This is great. PsychBench automatic eval for designed to assess the therapeutic capabilities of large language models. It moves beyond simple QA metrics by simulating realistic patient scenarios and using an expert judge model, which is currently 5.2, to score responses based on clinical psychological rubrics. Fuck yeah. That's great. This has been an awesome start to stream. I appreciate both of you guys for dropping cool, real, useful benchmarks. Great. Ooh, Pokebench. Evaluate multi-model LMs and Pokemon recognition across generations. This is very up my alley. I was actually thinking of doing something like this. I've regularly been surprised at how few models are actually multimodal, and I was getting burnt by this yesterday when I was working on Minimax M2 stuff, realizing I couldn't do anything with images. Maze bench. How well AI can solve a maze. This also sounds very fun. The intercepting routes. There's a very specific UX that's hard to get right, period. I think this is cool that it's actually integrated in the framework. It still sucks to do, but yeah. Jesus Christ, I've barely been able to like read the subs because chat's been so popping, but now PQO is dropping 100 bomb. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for the support, everybody, but 100 gifts. What the fuck? Is there any... How have you... What? I see you all the time in other places. You've never chatted. You just gift 100? God damn, man. Happy holidays. Let me know if there's anything in the list you really want me to cover. Also, I missed so many messages that are still on my head. The every AI tool keeps getting hacked. I will do that, NMG. Not sure when. Probably not today. The RDMA clustering for Mac via Thunderbolt. That actually reminds me. I have to send a DM later. Let me put this in my to-do list quick. Pull up about Studio Cluster. They offered to send me one, but the idea we had is for a feature that it won't have till January. So I think I got delayed on that temporarily. But I do plan to follow up and see if I can get one sooner because I really want one of those M3 Max racks. Samir with the 50 bomb. What the fuck, guys? Guys, you don't have to gift that much. It's insane. I appreciate the support so much, y'all. Same with YouTube. Thanks for everybody for stopping by. Surprised we're even getting this much viewership considering it's the holidays and the time of day and the fact this isn't my usual time. So everybody who showed up, I appreciate all of you guys. Yeah, 50 from Samir, 100 from PQO, Apache with the 3 months of support, PQO with the resub for 18 months, Canada Honk, always good to see you. I would love your thoughts on MQuick.js if you're still here. Wood1 with the Prime, Tweety Stream 632 with the Prime, Wendro getting us started with the 5 bomb. You can chill on the gifts, guys, especially Wendro. You've gifted so much recently. The Angel, I love your content. Please don't go bald. Don't worry. We're taking good care of that. We got Calazar with the Prime. Chesk with the gift I missed earlier. I'm so sorry for missing that. I don't think I was on my chair yet. Thank you so much. Yes, this MQuick.js. CC Rocks with the... Oh, that was pre-stream. Cool. The real flow was the first of the day. It's neat. You doubt most people will use it. Yeah. I think the less JS support thing is very interesting and kind of cool. Upcoming feature roadmap for T3 chat. I started writing it in Apple Notes on my phone and then had too much other random shit I had to deal with. But a rough idea is mobile app, then maybe the mobile app. After that, there's a lot of little things I want to do. I'm hoping we can get profiles out soon. I really want archiving. I might just brute force it myself. What else? I had a couple other just random things. I really want temporary chats. That would be great. Fixing search. Models deep on the new model, or Mark's deep on the new model picker that he's really excited about. Is React Native where it can be native where it has to be? It'll be a good app, guys. What can optimize a compiler the best? Do it? Yeah, I will fund you $1,000 of inference, man. DM me later. I'll just give you an open router key with $1,000 limit on it. Like, I would love to fund a bench like that. The way to my heart has been making benches for at least 6 months. All the current benchmarks suck. They're so bad. It is dumb that Skatebench is continuing to find novel regressions in models. Why is my stupid benchmark about skateboards actually useful for finding when a model regresses in spatial recognition when no other bench notices it? What the fuck? Yeah, terminal bench is interesting. The worst thing you can do with the current benchmarks is read the implementations. You will question everything. Will we let the model search more than once? With the new pricing and token model, yes. The problem is if you have search on and it searches like 3 to 5 times every time you search because you're using a shitty model that over searches, that would cost, like, adding search makes the message cost twice as much effectively. Sometimes more. Each additional search is another like 50 to 70% on the original price, depending on the model you're using. So if it does like 6 searches, that just costs us way more. So we need a model where that makes sense for somebody who only does like 300 messages a month. But if you're doing 1,500 messages with search on and intentionally trying to make it hit as many things as it can, that just fucks our bottom line. Score based on speed instead of arbitrary percentage. Very fun. I like this idea a lot. I really like this idea. You should definitely do that. And let them make the optimizations like 5 times and rank how many make a compiler that works against what the best time it has is what base versus what the average time is. There's a lot of different numbers you can get out of that are really cool. How good AI models are at recovering from ambiguous or misleading inputs. Is that worth it? Yes, that's worth it. That would be a really useful benchmark. You guys are very clever with this shit. Do more of this. Like, there's so much opportunity. And if you get pretty far in and end up blocked on the cost of running the benchmark, DM me a GitHub repo and a description, and I'll probably fund the inference. I don't mind giving out money for inference for novel benchmarks if I can then have better things to use in my content to describe the models and their behaviors. I'm working on funding McBench right now, the Minecraft benchmark, because they need more money to run more inference to do more shit. And I'm glad to throw money that way. Like, this is so much cooler than just like funding random startups, because I know I'm not going to make my money back on the startups. At the very least, I can make content out of the benchmarks. And at the very most, these can give awesome people awesome opportunities to make novel insights accessible in the market. You're a little late on this, Balala. I don't even know how I'm supposed to pronounce your name, man. But yeah, I'm working with the company. I'm probably going to get one in January. I might get one in sooner, depending on what we end up doing. Does Cursor do startup credits? I don't think they do much for that. It's just inference is expensive. That said, we're going to talk about some things today that are very useful for people in your position. Highly recommend using open code and taking a lot of advantage of the GLM 4.7 free tier for the next few days. Bad feeling my video is going to ruin that for people. I also saw, G. Martin, you dropped a link about the AI bubble. Let's see what this is, and I will save it for later. Hey, Maxonomics is really good. I will definitely watch this one later. Also, Brody's been killing it. Brody's been doing really good stuff recently. I want to watch that later, too. My watch later is getting bad lately. I know the Rickroll URL. You can't get me that easily. Thank you, Dinjabit Dev, for the 28 months. You know OW with the 1 month. Appreciate all of you. Nothing's even close to on par with Opus, but that doesn't matter. That's good to see. Thank you for dropping that link. I like this talk. It's not the XCQ. I know a lot of you guys are going to be trying extra hard to bait me with that. I think I already saved this one. I'm going to double check. I did want to watch this. I did not. Cool. Thank you. Thoughts on SoftBank? Oh no. What's going on with SoftBank? SoftBank's whole thing is making questionable bets. Would be interesting to see how that goes. I honestly think that the single biggest issue at OpenAI right now is just that the models are slow. If they can fix that, things will get a lot better. Yeah, Gemini CLI is rough. Can the regression escape bench be because the data was not in the data set to train the model? I'm trying, here's the problem. GPT-5 on medium reasoning got a 99% on escape bench. GPT 5.2 on extra high reasoning, which ideally there is no removed training data between runs like that. There is just added things and more RL. 5.2 extra high regressed into the 70 percentile and cost significantly more because they also raised the price and it generated way more tokens. So that's not a simple, oh, the data changed thing. That is a fundamental, I don't really know what to put other than a design failure in something in the pipeline, that its ability to do 3D reasoning got worse. And this has been noted by a few other things since. I do actually really like this idea. I was kind of thinking about it. I might hit up our friends over at OpenRouter to see if we can do something there. I have not tried on my open code yet. Do I think benchmark results can be affected when using inference from the companies themselves rather than going through OpenRouter? Yes, especially on tool calling stuff. And some providers have started working on this. I know, I believe it's the Moonshot guys have a Git repo that is just examples of, or it's just a tool call bench they made that is comparing tool call consistency across all the providers that host Kimi, which is really cool. I really hate how Apple is following the rulings. Google's being shitty too. What benchmark would you like to see? If I had ideas, I would have made them. I've already made a bunch and I plan to make more. Check Super Chat on YouTube. Oh, fuck, I missed that. Thank you, Faze. Theo Live's always great. Merry Christmas from Australia. Thank you so much for stopping by, Pins. Appreciate you. Thank you, NinjaBit, for the sub. G Martin for the sub and the heads up on that video. I'll definitely watch that later. And then OW. Thank you for the tier 1. I did Versalify myself. Guillermo texted me this morning to do it, and I hit 7 different bugs and sent them all to him that he then forwarded to V0 and may have fixed since. Austria and Australia? I don't know where I saw that, or did you say that? The honey, but I watched the honey follow-up. That was really cool. Oh, in the super chat? Oh, Austria. Yeah, thank you. My bad. Thank you, guys. Reading's hard, okay? Yeah, the honey vid's awesome. There's a tiny bit of reach with how some of the stuff's being used, but for the most part, incredible video. I love the Hoeg guy doing it all. He's very, very good. Yeah, great video, great coverage, great job dealing with the absolute bullshit a DMCA claim. Small benchmark hackathon called the AI Gateway Hackathon. I heard vaguely about this. I'll add that to look at more of later. I've not tried Cerebrus as hosting specifically, no. Okay, let me do my offset. Then we'll get started. 30 to 15. $18 to be safe. The Quinn image layer thing looks really cool. I've not had a chance to try it though. Is it open weight? If it's open weight, that's unbelievable. Thank you, VO Pseudo, with the Prime. 90 stream streak. Jesus Christ, you've actually not missed one. I've done 90 streams. God. I won't do a dedicated Kilo Code video. They are a sponsor and they will keep coming up and stuff. I've been working with them to get a bunch of bug fixes in before the next ad. Canada comes in with the weight, it's fire. Yeah, Balatro bench would be hard. 4.7 is good. Not as good as Minimax. They're different. They're very different. And that's a big part of what I want to talk about with it. I've probably done more than 90. Can I check in studio? Let's see. Content, live, select all. There's way more than 30. Oh, 246. I've done 246 streams. Yeah. What's even crazier is the number of videos. We're getting real close to 1,000. If you count all the ones we threw out or unlisted, we're probably over 1,000 videos recorded. I opened a YouTube chat intentionally. It's just YouTube chat sucks. It's not my fault that Google's not doing anything with that. Oh, yeah, we need to update the T3 sponsors page. I'll yell at Ben to do that. We're overhauling the whole thing because I'm doing sponsor tiers now. So they'll be tiered in that, and then I'll have like a past sponsor section too. VS Code is slow is definitely still on the Docker. Not sure when. There's a lot more going on than I would expect this time of year. The hackathon video, I have a plan. Don't want to spoil it. Minimax M2.1 and GLM 4.7. Wrong browser. I don't manage the browsers in parallel too much. I use them very differently. Whenever I open one, it becomes the default. And then, like, I use that one. Zen I use whenever I'm screen recording. If I care how my screen looks or I want to maximize real estate, I'm using Zen. Or if I'm debugging Firefox, which I do have to do a decent bit. Otherwise, I'm mostly using Helium. I need Chrome for so much shit. It's better for battery, better for all those other types of things. Happy to be number one in your list. I streamed twice as much as I watched Twitch, which was really funny. Canada Honk, stop having such good taste. You're going to distract me even more. The Boris post, yes. 4.7 creators are saying near as good as 4.7. And yeah, I said Docker instead of Docket. Yeah, I wish they would do this. Yeah. Depends on what you're benching and how many turns it takes. Like, Skate Bench costs $3 to $4 to run. Something like Snitch Bench can cost up to $80 for a full run against everything at like the number of runs I want to do. It depends on a lot of things, but it can be like you can make a benchmark that's useful for under $5. You can make one that's useful for over $1,000. Okay, these are the links I want to start with. And one more big sip of water, and then we'll get started on this. Valigo, thanks for stopping by, and I appreciate that you guys like the sources. That's one of the coolest things, is helping the articles find a bigger, better audience. Twitter kind of sucks as an audience in general. I don't think Opus is meaningfully degraded. This cost $4 and over half was just for GPT-5 Pro. Checks out. Super cool, though. I love these types of things. Probably can squeeze one more model dropout, knowing how this goes. I think... Oh, yeah, the AMP team's great. A fanfic bench, that'd be hilarious. Go nuts. And we got Polma Bree with the Prime as well. Thank you all. And Ever with the Happy New Year. For a year of Prime. Fuck yeah. Really is a new year. Can you get a birthday wish? Your birthday's the 23rd? That's rough for birthday presents, but always good to see you, Pranch. Happy birthday, man. Best model you can run locally on the Framework desktop is right now? It's probably going to be Qwen 3 next, or honestly, GPT OSS 120 is awesome. Actually, Fami, I got a fun challenge for you. Where is LM Studio? I have GPT OSS 120B here. It's 120 bill per RAM model. How fast do you think it will run on my MacBook? Just guess. Throw out a number. How many tokens per second do you think my MacBook can do on the 120? Wendro with the 5-bomb. Thank you so much for that, as well as Hand of Hearts with the Prime sub. Okay, people are throwing out numbers. Very high numbers. This is a MacBook, remember. I'll start with the 20 mil or the 20 bill per RAM version, just so that you guys can like make better estimates. Yoink, new. We'll do the 20 bill. Not my most recent video, but a recent video. I did show this before. Fami, you're too smart. Some people don't know that this is what matters. So the 20 bill per RAM model hits a solid 110 to 120 TPS. Eject that, switch to the 120. A unified RAM is absurd. Yeah, something people don't get, like, I have a 5090. It crunches a ton of stuff. The 5090 is limited to 32 gigs of VRAM, so it can't fit a lot of models on it. none of these like really good LLMs can fit on a 5090. So it has to be offloaded to RAM. And the RAM to VRAM process is just not fast enough for good perf. But here I'm using a 120 bill per RAM model that runs at like 30 TPS on my 5090. And it's cranking on my MacBook right now. Like, is my laptop making a high-pitched whining sound as it does this? Yeah. But it's also cranking. I gave it a kind of hard thing with a long rust problem here, to be fair. Okay, it bugged out at the end time there. So it would have been closer to 80, but it hung at the end, not realizing it was done, which causes the number there to be off. Still almost 70 TPS on my fucking laptop on a good model. It's insane. Yeah, 6.7. Sorry. What models dropped? GLM 4.7 and Minimax M2.1. Thank you again, Wendro, for the gifts, and K3 Paso for the Prime. I think we're going to start filming. Wait, Igor, you didn't know that I've been friends with Fami for like years? I flew her out for open sauce, man. Fami's the best. She's motherfucker, Igor. You dumbass. She's in the Discord. How'd you not? Bro. Psych bench? Yeah. Send me a DM post stream and I'll try and take a look. Box is the best. Of course, Big Box is hanging out in my Discord. I like throwing homie creators in there so they can like see our process and how we do things. You should not sacrifice your sleep schedule for shit. I'm just here to get nerdy about shit. You don't have to be here at all. To run what locally? To run what I was just running, you need at least like 96 gigs. Yeah, you were writing something for us as well. We should finish that eventually. I have to be careful about what relationships I burn. I fucking love Prime. Prime's a good friend. Let's get started. This should be labeled as priority. Cool. We're good to go. You didn't think we were going to get through the holiday week without more new model drops, right? Do you not remember last year when DeepSeek came out and just dropped a ton of things at the end of the year and the beginning of January right after? We're there again. Not with one model drop, though. Two. GLM 4.7 and Minimax M2.1. Actually, a different way of doing that. Yeah. We didn't get one new model, by the way. We got two from competing labs. Both are open weight. Well, kind of. We'll get to all that in a sec. First, we have GLM 4.7, which benchmarks like this. And then we have Minimax M2, which benchmarks like this. Yeah, these are some crazy numbers. I've seen claims all over the web, everything from Anthropic is dead to Opus 4.5 has been destroyed with a model 10 times cheaper to OpenAI is going to go out of business. I think that's all a little much. Are these the best new models ever? No. So put down your counter. I see you there incrementing the counter. No, just put it down. Put it down. We're still on Opus. That said, these models are incredible, and I am blown away with what they can do. One more so than the other, and I spent a lot of time with them. For the last 2 days, I have been grinding nonstop in VS Code using Kilo, as well as in my terminal using OpenCode to try and get the best I possibly can out of these two new models. I am very deep in token usage right now, but I feel like I know everything I need to responsibly cover these models right after a word from today's sponsor. Cool. Oh, thank you for the cut or the heads up on that cut. I'll redo that one for Phase. Yeah. We also got Minimax M2.1, which benchmarks like this, apparently higher than Opus and Sonnet. We have a lot to talk about there. Cool. You should have enough there to cut something that sounds relatively smooth. Going to start with a quick overview of the models from the labs themselves, and then we'll dive into what it actually looks like to use them to build real features, because you might have seen I've been building a lot of stuff with Opus recently, so I went to try and rebuild those things with these new models, and the results were fascinating, to say the least. First, we have GLM 4.7. It came out slightly before M2.1. Although I did have early access to M2.1, I only started using it very recently. GLM 4.7, I got the day it came out and everybody else had access. GLM 4.7, your new coding partner, is coming with the following features. Core coding. This is a big thing. These models are really, really focused on coding. GLM 4.7 brings clear gains compared to its predecessor 4.6 in multilingual, agentic coding, and terminal-based tasks. It did much better in SWE Bench, did much better in SWE Bench multilingual, and pretty good on Terminal Bench too, bumping up 16.5% from the 20-ish range to 41. With Vibe coding, it's now a major step forward in UI quality. We'll definitely test that out. Produces cleaner, more modern web pages and generates better-looking slides with more accurate layouts and sizing. It's also much better at tool usage, in particular with browsing stuff, and it's better at complex reasoning. Meaningful bump on HLE. Here are the benchmarks. This is compared to 4.6, their previous model, DeepSeek 3.2, which was really, really good open weight model. Less practical, but still very intelligent. Claude Sonnet 4.5 and GPT 5.1 high. And there are a few benches where they win or come really close to things like DeepSeek. Most of them, it appears they are neck and neck with GPT 5.1 and quite a bit ahead of Sonnet 4.5. They didn't put Opus in this bench. They probably ran it before Opus dropped. You get the idea, though. It seems to be a very competitive model, especially in the more coding stuff, which almost all of these are. Live Code Bench, SWE Bench Verified, Terminal Bench, Tau2 Bench, which is a tool calling bench, and BrowseComp specifically, and BrowseComp as well. It's doing very well across all of these. And here we can see something very interesting, which is that in a lot of these benches, especially the reasoning ones, Gemini 3 Pro appears to be the winner, which kind of showcases that these shouldn't be trusted that much, because as smart as Gemini 3 Pro appears to be, the amount of knowledge they pack into that model is crazy. Actually using it is miserable. I have not had a good time with 3 Pro at all since I started using it. But we go down to the code benches like SWE Bench Verified, Multilingual, all of these, you'll see they are very competitive with the best options. Multilingual, they are losing to, I believe this is DeepSeek, yeah. So losing to DeepSeek in the multilingual, but they are neck and neck with everybody else. Honestly, they're pretty close there too. It's good numbers. These numbers look really good. The visual design is one of the biggest wins though. It can make cool looking websites like this apparently. And if you compare it to what it did before, oh God, yeah, this is like the usual AI slop websites I expect. 4.7 made something actually unique and cool looking. I love the at 2023 though. It gives you an idea of the training data. Ooh. Apparently, it knows 3D space pretty well. I did actually run this on Skatebench. Let me find the screenshot. I didn't post the numbers because I'm busy and lazy and doing a lot of things at once. GLM 4.7 got a 66%, which puts it neck and neck. Actually, I think it puts it over DeepSeek 3.2. It's the highest scoring open weight model on my skateboarding bench, which is both like a weird niche knowledge bench and a 3D spatial recognition bench, because you need to have some spatial reasoning capability to understand the rotation that I'm describing to name a skateboard trick properly. So I was surprised to see 4.7 did so well here. And also, Minimax M2.1 did very poorly here. All things we will get to. This is cool as hell, though. Did it have a 4.6 comparison? Yeah. Yeah. Slightly better. Slightly better. Just a marginal improvement. Again, with the design taste, it can make things that actually look decent. Very cool to see. And of course, it is fully open weight. You can go download it from Hugging Face. Good luck running it though, because it's 717 gigs of data. Even the more compressed versions that I've seen floating around are looking like 300 plus gigs. It's a big model. Fuck. Did they say how many params it is anywhere? Oh, yeah, 358 billion param. There we go. Yeah. The 358 bill model. Not trivial. You can absolutely run it on things that a human can purchase, but you're going to have to put effort in. You're not running this on consumer hardware. We'll play with it a bunch in a bit, but first we have to talk about the other new model that dropped, Minimax M2.1. I did get early access from the Minimax team. They gave me a free sub to their $50 a month tier. I barely used it. I ended up just going through OpenRouter when it dropped. I used their thing early so I could have early access. So, yeah, they hit me up. They talked nice to me. They gave me early access. They follow me back on Twitter, so account for some bias there. But I do actually really like the teams at ZAI doing GLM. I really like the team at Moonshot doing Kimmy. Kimmy K2 is my favorite model to talk to right now. And I really like the Minimax guys as well. So account for bias across all of them, even if the only one that actually gave me free stuff was Minimax. I don't care about any of that. I just want a way to play with the stuff. They've all been awesome to interact with, much more so than the big labs. OpenAI is still really, really good too, to their credit. But I'm blown away with how good the interactions have been with these teams. That all said, let's take a look at how the model actually behaves. It's been continuously transforming itself into a more AI native. Trying to figure out where to even start with this. So the key highlights of 2.1 are its exceptional multi-programming language capabilities. They really tried to focus on it working with lots of different languages. Previously, it was mostly focused on Python, which is why it did so well on so many benches, but sucked to use in the stuff I build. They have significantly enhanced its ability to do Rust, Java, Golang, C++, Kotlin, Objective-C, TypeScript, JavaScript, and other languages. I use a few of those. Very cool. On that note, actually, let me find this link. Oh, I don't have the right link for this. Fuck. Jose Valim sent it to me. Let me go find this quick. Aha. Here we are. On the note of programming languages, I've had a video I really wanted to do for a while now about how different models behave with different languages. Of all people, Tencent published a really in-depth benchmark comparing how the models perform across programming languages, and you'll never guess which language performed the best. It wasn't Python at a 65%. It wasn't JS at a 60.9%. It wasn't TypeScript at a 61.3%, or even Ruby at an 81%. It was Elixir at a 97.5%. Yeah. If you want me to do a dedicated video on this, let me know, because it's been fucking with my head for months now. As we were saying with 2.1, the other thing they say it improved in is web dev and app dev. It's a comprehensive leap in capability and aesthetics. I haven't actually tested the aesthetic side of this model much yet. We will do that as we bench. It also is apparently really good at iOS and Android development, which is super cool. I personally will not be testing that, but I have friends that probably will, and they might even show up in the comment section. It has enhanced composite instruction constraints, enabling office scenarios. Interesting. Its systematic problem-solving capabilities have further upgraded. The model not only focuses on code execution correctness, but also emphasizes integrated execution of composite instruction constraints, providing higher usability in real office scenarios. I'm sure those words mean things. It's more concise and efficient with its responses. This is actually very nice. I've noticed the difference. It's not super long-winded. It just responds. It's an outstanding agent tool scaffolder. It has outstanding agent tool scaffolding generalization capabilities. So like when you hand it a different agentic harness, it behaves relatively well in them. So hand it something like Kilo code or open code, Roo code, Blackbox, Factory AI, Claude code, whatever. It can, for the most part, figure it out. It understands SkillMD, ClaudeMD. They also really encourage that you hack Claude code to use it, which I didn't do this time because last time it was obnoxious. Maybe in the future, I just didn't want to gut my Claude code config. If anybody has an easy to use open source project where I can have like Claude code as default Claude code, but also have a Claude code instance that is configured differently to use M2.1 so I can easily swap between stock Claude code and a hacked up version, that would be really cool. I am too busy to build it, but if somebody has like FNM for Claude code hacks or NVM for Claude code, let me know because that would be really nice. We also have high quality dialogue and writing. It's no longer just strong in coding capabilities. Apparently, it's better at writing. Nothing comes close to Kimi K2 right now, so I don't even care to check it. And then they have a bunch of quotes from all of the harnesses. Again, they're working with everybody, and everyone has been saying it's really, really good. We found that M2.1 handles the nuances of complex multi-step programming tasks with a level of consistency that is rare in the space. By providing high-quality reasoning and context awareness at scale, Minimax has become a core component of how we help developers solve challenging problems faster. We look forward to seeing how our community continues to leverage these updated capabilities. Yep, you get the idea. They like them. They then claim that it outperforms Claude Sonnet 4.5 and closely approaches its opus. This is kind of bullshit, but we will get to that momentarily. They also created their own set of benchmarks, Vibe Bench, where it is slaughtering. They are testing against GLM 4.6, not 4.7, because these all came out around the same time, so nobody had time to go rerun all the benches on the newest thing. They really like using it with Claude code. You'll see this in a lot of their demos and even with their own onboarding. But again, I didn't want to hack up my Claude code. So instead, I got way deeper on open code. And there's a lot to love about open code, but it also has its problems. Let's go through the first thing I did. I have a video that I was hoping would be out by now. It'll come out very soon after, I promise. Or retake on that because I had that thing in there still. I have a video that I was really hoping would be out by now, but it's probably going to come out soon after about why I'm loving Opus so much. And I went and built a bunch of actual features using Opus 4.5 and T3 chat and kept going to harder and harder things to see if it could do it. And it could, like, weirdly consistently. One of the ones in here, where is, yeah, here. One of the things I built was an archive feature so that you could archive a thread in T3 chat and have a page where you could see all your archived threads. This feature was surprisingly easy for Opus to build. I had it make a plan. I liked the plan. I told it to build the plan. It built the plan. Whole thing didn't take very long. It did a very good job. I did not see how many tokens it used because I was using Cursor for this. So I decided to do the same build, but this time with various different models in OpenCode. This is a different scaffolding. This is a different harness. So it is going to have different capabilities, limitations, etc. But honestly, I was really impressed with the capabilities I was getting out of OpenCode. I will copy the prompt. I can't attach the current state of the UI for reference, sadly, because I can't paste images into OpenCode, and I don't think either of these models can take images anyways. So let's do a new session. Make sure I'm on on main. Cool, I am. Git check out demo 2 GLM 4.7. Cool. In OpenCode, going to switch over to GLM 4.7, which is currently free on OpenCode. So if you really are a cheapsake, take advantage of that while you can. We'll talk about pricing more in a bit. Just know these models are hilariously cheap and will probably get even more so as more places that can host these open weight models start hosting them. Actually, that was one other thing I almost forgot. The Minimax M2.1 weights are not out yet. M2 is open weight. M2.1 should be open weight. They haven't indicated that it won't be. They just haven't put the weights out just yet. Hopefully, probably coming soon. It might even be out by the time this video is live. That also means we don't know how fast it can run on consumer hardware or how big it is, but I can speculate, and I love to speculate, so we'll be doing that plenty. So back to actually testing the models. GLM 4.7, open code, plan mode, pasted those lines. You can't see them because of how the UI for pasting works. When I press enter, you can. And we get an awesome UI for this. You get the actual work going on here with a scrollable pane. You get a sidebar that has actual useful information. And it has access to TypeScript, LSP, and OXLint, so that if it makes lint errors, they will be piped right back to the agent, so you don't have to run a command to see mistakes. Really cool stuff. So I started thinking, decided it needs to do some more. So I started thinking, it knows it's in plan mode, so it has to explore and figure out what to do. And they have sub-agents that are really cool in OpenCode. So I can Control X and go left and right to see these sub-agents that are explore agents that are exploring the code base. And then I can go back to the parent primary agent that all of this data is going to when they're done doing their exploration. They'll summarize what they find and send it back up to the main agent, so they're not just clogging up the context entirely. There's also context compression, or there's also context compaction in OpenCode that you can run manually, but don't run it when you're doing a generation or it will break a lot of things. Learn that lesson the hard way. Now, I would love to sit here and show you guys how long this takes in real time, but I don't have an hour to waste. Yeah, the planning and actual implementation, the first time I ran 4.7 on this code base for this task, took an hour. Yeah. So instead, I'm just going to show you guys a run I did earlier. Here's the first time I did this. It cut off my message history a little bit. I'm not quite sure why, or if there's a way to see the whole thing. But it thought for a while and wrote a plan that had a bunch of problems. Asked, I think, 2 or 3 questions. One was good, the other 2 were garbage. I answered the questions. I steered it a little bit to give it a better idea of what to do. Then it seemed like I had a good enough plan. So I hit build. And it started building. And it struggled a lot. It kept miswriting the React code and immediately getting a ton of errors from the LSP, freaking out about them, and then concluding things that weren't true. Yeah, it was trying to write an optimistic update that it didn't need and kept breaking shit, doubling up code where it would put this like things in there twice, failing tool calls to the search tool and the edit code tool that exists within open code. I'm sure I can find some of those tool call fails in here if I look a little bit. Yeah, and here it was confusing the different use query hooks and what they return and breaking a bunch of shit as a result. A lot of, wait, actually, looking at this, it also got very confused that we were using tRPC for some things, even though almost none of the stuff that this feature touched involved the tRPC endpoints. Those are mostly for legacy data and account management stuff. Everything else goes through convex. This whole feature should have been convex. I even indicated that in the original prompt, but it still got very, very lost. It seems like it doesn't pay enough attention to the original prompt as it creates more and more context as it goes. And I learned that thing about the context compaction during this run because it got to like 80K tokens. So I ran a compaction so that it wouldn't go over, and then it broke the generation. It kept getting more and more confused, so I eventually interrupted and told it to not worry about those type errors and to not do the optimistic updating. Told it to continue. It got confused about what it was done with. Finally went back and finished. Ran the dev server that was already running, sleep 5 and curl-s localhost to get the actual HTML content. Killed the original one that I had running. And then finally had something that seemed to be working. Also, you have a bunch of remaining to-dos. Finish them. Don't touch my fucking dev server. You can tell how I felt at this point. Yeah. Apparently OpenCode will auto-compact, so I didn't need to do that manual compaction that broke things, so that's cool. Now you know that. I'm back there in a thread or in a second. Check out demo. See the one commit I have on that branch? This took an hour. Yeah. Do I have the dev server running already? I do. Cool. Close. Cool. Now I'm in my dev server. I have my little archive button. I have this thread that is archived. I can unarchive it and go back. Cool. It works. I can right click this, archive it. It's still showing that thread because it doesn't navigate you out of it when you do the archive if it's the thread that you're already on, which is annoying. I didn't specify that in the prompt, so it doesn't necessarily know. To be fair, none of the models got that right. I did specify during gen that it should hide the archive icon if there are no archived threads, and it failed to do that. I also don't love how it did this in the UI. Like, this treatment sucks. You can't tell what the current state is at all. And it didn't put it in the URL, which is where I think it probably should have gone. That all said, it did it in a way that works after a lot of help and having to rerun it once or twice. Cool. Just so you can see what a generation like this looks like, It just finished the planning, took 3.5 minutes. Not bad, especially for free, remember. And it asked some questions for us to answer. Should archive threads appear in search results? If yes, we need a separate query or filter param. Should archive threads still be accessible via direct URL? And where exactly would I like the archive button to be placed in the sidebar? These are all good questions, and I can go through and answer 1, whatever, 2, whatever. You get the idea. I can absolutely do that in here. It's really nice, really convenient. Not the best plan mode overall. It doesn't persist the plans particularly well. A lot of other tools will just write it into your code base, which I think is awesome. But that's just one of the implementations that I did. I also did this with Minimax M2.1. God, scroll state is so broken in this sometimes. Yeah. Also can't get all the way to the start of this one, sadly. But I, again, told it make a plan. It made a plan. It asked some questions. Oh, here I made a mistake. I was still trying to figure out how to do new lines, and I thought I was going to do the same stupid thing cursor. Or here I made a mistake. I thought this would do new line. I made a mistake here. I thought that OpenCode would do new lines the same stupid way Claude Code does, where you have to escape them. You can just shift enter. It's fine. So, yeah. Learned that lesson, made that mistake, canceled and retried. Question 1, archive view location, where should the button be? I told it bottom of thread list. Search behavior, should searching threads include archive threads or only active ones? And the empty state, weird thing for it to ask for. So I said bottom of thread list for the first question, only active threads for the second. And for the third one, active thread should only be visible when you click, or archive thread should only be visible when you click the archive button. It should not be visible if you've never archived a thread. Yeah. Specifically, should not be visible if you've never archived a thread. We'll come back to that. So it wrote out its plan, told it to go nuts, and it did. It is worth noting that at no point did it have to compact. It only did about 66K tokens total, and it can do 200K contexts, so fine. And it cost about 4 cents for the whole run. That number might be off because I switched to the UI version for a bit, but I've not been able to get this generation to cost more than 10 cents. It's hilariously cheap. Absurdly cheap in comparison. Not to spoil things coming up, but yeah, Opus is a little bit more expensive. Just a lot. Yeah. So it made the to-do list, looked good, told it to go nuts, and it cranked. Cranked for a while. Here's where we see those old string not found in content errors. There was a lot of this throughout. It seems like there's something about how the edit tools implemented in OpenCode that these particular models don't like that much. I did not see this error when I ran things with Opus. So it does seem model specific, and I know DAX doesn't believe that different models need changes to their system prompt and different harnesses for code stuff. I don't agree. These models will probably need a little bit of steering. That said, it did eventually finish in about 7 minutes. It didn't hide archive threads, though. By default, the archive threads were appearing in the main view, which is not how it's supposed to work at all. So I complained about that. It grinded a little more, fixed it in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I decided to ask it if it was forgetting anything else, because there was a couple other little things. Specifically, it was not hiding the archive button. One thing I might have missed, when you archive a thread, the archive button should appear, but the has archive threads query should handle that. There was a problem with that query, though. I have no archive threads, and the archive button's still appearing. The reason this was happening is because it wasn't getting data off of the return value. The use query hook returns data, loading error, and a few other things. And it was just checking if it returned an object effectively. So try changing has archive threads to has archive threads equals true. And then it got a type error through the LSP. Very good. The comparison appears to be unintentional because the type of use query result in Boolean have no overlap. That might have been, oh, excellent, actually. Regardless, now that it has that error, it realized that the use query returns a use query result object, not the raw data. I need to use .data to properly access the actual value. This is actually a really good example of how the tooling, the model, and the code base all have to interact well. This original thing was not a type error. It was an object check, effectively, for blocking a render. It was bad code, not correct. A linter probably should have caught that. Not trivial to catch, but annoying. The model does not have the same depth of understanding of TypeScript as some of the other primary... The model doesn't have as deep of an understanding of TypeScript as some of the other models, especially from the major labs. But it does know how to deal with errors well. If it gets an error, it can go fix it. And this is why LSP support is awesome, which is why it's cool that Claude Code finally added it almost a year after shipping. Now, most of the CLIs have LSP, which is Language Server Protocol. If you don't know, it's how the language server, which is what's checking your code, communicates to your editor about what's going on. Cool. Behaving much better. Still has these old string and new string replacement issues. It just doesn't get the edit tool very well. Eventually hits this properly, gets it edited, has archive threads, .data is true, then render, otherwise don't. Awesome. I then told it to move the button. Also took a minute, 20 seconds to fix that. I told it to move the button. It did in a minute, and now it's all done. All of that cost me under 10 cents. I don't necessarily trust the 4-cent number because I was bouncing between their UI and their app here. You get the idea. Sorry, I'm cooking a little bit in this sweater. Let me turn the AC on up here. Cool. That's now on. Let's see how it did. Make sure this all deploys. All looks good. Oh, no archive button. That's because I have nothing archived. Let's archive this. Now I have something archived. Dope. Solid UI, put the buttons in the right place. The back to threads I actually quite like. It does keep the thread open even when it's archived. So if I have this open, go back, it does that. And if I unarchive, the back to threads is still there, so I can go back here. It fully works. I had to steer it, but it works. But that's also kind of what I've been digging about this model. It is relatively fast. It gets to the problem and fixes it relatively quick. It's solid at planning. It's really solid at following the plan. And it doesn't lose track of the instructions the same way a lot of other models do for these longer running tasks. I was able to get this to just grind on a feature for over 400 lines of code and for like 20 minutes without issue. It can just go out on these journeys, get feedback, make changes, and figure itself out. 4.7, not so much. From my experience, 4.7 needs to be broken into small tasks to complete. If there's a more general ending to the task that it has to get to via multiple paths, it gets lost a lot more aggressively. It needs to be steered quite a bit to finally get where it needs to be. Minimax just needs occasional reminders here and there, as well as context that it can't get because it doesn't have any visual capability or the awareness of everything else going on in general, honestly. You can tell it's a small model, but it is a good model. It is a fast model. It feels like it kind of feels like a Walmart brand Opus. As silly as it is, it's good enough to get real work done. I also went and tried it out in Kilo. My experience there... I also went and tried it in Kilo, and my experience here was quite a bit different. And honestly, meaningfully better. I'll give you guys a look. Cool. It started by creating this plan because I had it in the architect mode, I believe, right? Yeah, architect mode. I had an architect mode, told Minimax M2.1 to make a plan, and it did. Font's a little small, sorry about that. It also made the plan as a markdown file in the code base, which I love. I said, this is the plan it wrote from the same prompt. Add an archive chat feature that allows users to archive threads from the right-click context menu and access archive threads via an archive button in the sidebar. Proposes schema changes. It noticed it because I actually have visibility in the schema for this purpose and just never used it, so it doesn't actually have to make any schema changes. Thread queries. List shows all threads, no visibility filter. They have to add that. Thread mutations. Update mutation does not include visibility fields. This is interesting. This is the current state analysis. So it's not just giving a plan. It's analyzing where things are and then writing the plan after, which I don't love. I don't think it needs to have this in the actual plan. This feels like reasoning leaking in. But the actual implementation plan is solid. Update the query to filter for visible threads only. It does actually write code in the plan a lot more, which I don't necessarily love because it could just be writing the code. The point is to have an architecture plan, not to write the code. But it does a good enough job. It creates the new list archived query, which is how it gets the archive data, add visibility to update mutation. Phase 2, the front end side. So it broke up the back end and the front end changes. Good call. Phase 3, UI changes, actually accessing the data from these new hooks. Then it tried to render this. I don't know if I can actually, if there's a way to preview here. I don't use VS Code as much anymore, believe it or not. Open preview. Here we go. Yeah, it doesn't render this. I don't know if they have a way to do that or not. But yeah, it would have a flow chart if I had mermaid rendering in here. Tells us which files need to be modified. Test considerations. Ugh. Low, medium, low. Complexity. All looks good. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to resave this plan so it has it again. Let's tell it to build. Minimax M2.1. Implement the plan archive chat feature MD. If I really wanted to give it the highest chance of success, I would also tell it something like, make sure to create a to-do list based on the details in there or something. Hopefully it will figure out that it should do that. I also forgot to mention Kilo Code has sponsored videos in the past. They probably will again in the future. I'm not using them because they're a sponsor. I'm using them because it's the general use whatever tool that I like the most for testing in a real code editor with a bunch of random models. So if you want a tool that lets you use literally every model ever and compare how they behave across different use cases, use T3 Chat. But if you're looking for code cases, Kilo's really cool. It did create the to-do list, broke it up into different phases, and I, spoiler, did this before. It worked fine. Seemed to have better awareness of the code base, but worse awareness of linting and type errors. It's my understanding that the only way context gets to the model in open code is by tool calls looking for things. Whereas Kilo and other tools like Cursor will actually index the code base that you're in and give better methods of access to the models. I could be wrong about how Kilo does it, but I know this for a fact with Cursor, that it indexes your code base and they have their own crazy methods for search that get implemented around the traditional search tools to make the results more contextual for the models. This will also likely take a bit. So while that's going on, I want to talk more about the performance and the pricing, in particular, like the speed side of things. We have over to Open Router. We can take a look at M2.1 here. Through the official Minimax hosting, it's pulling about 75 to 76 tokens per second. There aren't other hosts yet because they haven't put up the weights yet. It is our understanding that they will, but they haven't yet. There's even a link to the weights on OpenCode, or there's even a link to the weights on OpenRouter that is currently a 404 that I expect them to resolve in the very near future. With GLM 4.7, it is already out. A lot of hosts aren't pulling that fast of speeds with it. ZAI actually is themselves. They're able to get over 150 TPS. Novitia's hitting 60 and Parasail's hitting 80, but other hosts are as low as 8 tokens per second. So it's a big model. It won't be as easy to host. That's expected. Minimax M2, however, was quite small. Okay, not that small. 229 bill params versus 358 bill for the new ZAI GLM model. About 2/3 the size. It activates fewer params, if I recall, though. They don't specify anything about that with GLM. Is GLM a mixture of experts? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, okay, 10B active versus 32-bit. Yeah, that's what I thought. GLM 4.7 is a 32 bill param activation during its mixture of expert stuff, whereas Minimax is only activating 10 bill, which helps, again, with it running faster. If you would like to see this in action, I did download the original M2's GGUF version, which works surprisingly well on my MacBook. It's compressed down to about 78 gigs, which on my 128 gig MacBook with unified memory can fit fully in memory. Takes a bit to load into RAM because it's literally loading 80 gigs of data into memory right now. If you ever wondered why hosting models is so annoying, it's because when two different people want two different models, the time it takes to load one out of RAM and the other into RAM is longer than the request will take a lot of the time. Let's have it write us some. Let's have the model write some poems about JavaScript. All right, this is M2, not 2.1, because we don't have the weights yet. This is meant to give you an idea of what performance will probably look like, roughly. Probably should have lowered the reasoning on this run. Still cranked. Ran about 35 TPS on a consumer MacBook. That's pretty cool. Again, it shows these models can actually be used on consumer-ish hardware. I will still be using it over API calls, almost certainly, and they will, of course, be supported on OpenRouter, and I would expect that to be the case indefinitely. Apparently, there's also an M2.1 Lightning. They don't have that through OpenRouter, though. Yeah. Sadly, only M2.1 can be hit through OpenRouter. I was hoping to see the Lightning version. They're pretty transparent. I bet they probably have numbers for how fast it goes. Anybody have a link about the lightning mode stuff? No worries, lol. Happens to the best of us. Still grinded in Kilo. It's pretty cool that it can go for this long without intervention, but also takes a bit. Oh no. Yeah, this is the problem I had before that I wanted to showcase. It seems like it goes much better. And then I hit this invalid params tool results tool ID not found. And I'll retry and it just is dead. Like this task is now over. This thread is killed. I have to go create a new thread and tell it to continue, which sucks because we just spent 40 cents. It got halfway through phase 2 of 3 phases and died. These things take a bit. This is the rough edges when you're going to use tools like new open weight models in open source plugins for VS Code. There are just so many more layers. Yeah. I guess out of memory. And once again, just as a reminder, their recommended way of using the model was to use it with Claude code. I did not do that because I don't want to modify my Claude code to use models that it was not built to support and then have to deal with the config swapping constantly. It's very annoying. So I didn't set that up. But you should definitely give it a shot because their plans are much cheaper and the model's pretty dang good. Am I using a Mac Studio? I'm using a MacBook. And if you were curious about how Opus handled this, it cranked straight through it. Didn't like the UI part, gave it more suggestions. It fixed those relatively quickly, and all just worked. Tried this in Cursor, it did great. Tried this in OpenCode, it did pretty good. Not quite as good as it did in Cursor. Opus cranked through this, but also cost significantly more to do this. Apparently, there's an app CC switch for Claude Code profiles. That's exactly what I was looking for. I'm going to screenshot that and look into it later. Yeah, I know that OpenRouter has their own integration as well. What does artificial analysis have to say about these? Does it cover them yet? They have not. I was hoping... I saw somebody posting the cost breakdown chart at some point where it's like the cost to intelligence ratio. Somebody complained about it, my replies. I was like, no, I like this chart. Yeah, it was lube. I guess they had it in the Minimax article. No, it's not in here. I'll just go here then. Real quick cost analysis, and remember, the costs aren't just how many input and output tokens are. Quick cost comparison, but please remember the input and output costs aren't just like these numbers and that's the whole story. The amount of tokens being generated matters a lot too. And these models are chatty. They generate a lot more tokens per line of code than other models do, especially during the reasoning phase. So just because the costs are cheaper doesn't mean the actual cost to run it is cheaper. It is also cheaper, but it generates a lot more tokens. So just know that going in. Opus 4.5 costs $5 per million tokens in and $25 per million tokens out. 5 and 25. Sonnet is 3 per mil in and 15 per mil out. 25 per mil out, 15 per mil out. Remember those. 4.7, 40 cents per million in, $1.50 per million out. It is a tenth of the price of Sonnet 4.5. It is 7 tenths to 8 tenths as intelligent for my own. I don't know why that one. I'm sorry. It is way more than 1/10 as intelligent. It is capable of a ton, especially if you force it into the box of just making direct code changes. But that's not the craziest price difference. But that's not the craziest one yet. Minimax M 2.1 is 30 cents per mil in and $1.20 per mil out. Do you understand how insane that is? These models are comically cheap. This is 1/20th the price of Opus. And Opus just got a huge price drop. Opus 4.5 is 3 times cheaper than Opus 4.1 was. And this is 20 times cheaper than that. This is 60 times cheaper than Opus 4.1. And I would actually consider this model on par with Opus 4.1. Opus 4.5 was a massive jump. They should have just called it 5. This model is similar performance to Opus 4.1 for literally a 60th the price. And just for comparison, the new Flash model that I am still very excited about, it sucks to use in actual like code type usage or talking to or any of those types of things. But as a background worker doing random tasks, like parsing data and giving you a JSON blob out of it, it is really solid for all those things. In this model's 50 cents per mil in and $3 per mil out. So it's still twice as expensive or more as M2, in particular with the output tokens. It is insane. And the price and it's actually possible for the price to get cheaper because it will hopefully be open weight. I'd be very surprised if they don't put up the weights in the next day or two. Other hosts will get more competitive, faster speeds, more bulk processing options, better caching, all those types of things, and can hypothetically get the price even lower. Probably won't bother, but they could. Regardless, this is awesome. It's so cool to see models this good, this cheap, self-hostable, pushing the state of the art forward. But I still want to play with UI. I still really want to see it show its capabilities for UI stuff. So let's set something up for it to do that. Let me grab. 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 prompts. Cool. I am now generating everyone's favorite, the Image Gen Studio UI, and seeing how and seeing how the quality looks between GLM 4.7 and Minimax M2.1. High concurrency usage of this API. Please reduce concurrency or text overlay errors. Wonderful. Might have to switch providers. Yo, Skylar, are you part of one of these teams? I recognize your pro pick. You're at Minimax, if I recall. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm so sorry if I'm wrong. Thank you for stopping by the way. Let's do my weekly YouTube live chat check. Sorry, guys. Looks like I missed a funding as well. Thank you, user 72974, for joining us on the T3 Club on YouTube. Cloud Code Utility GUI. Interesting. We'll look at that later. Minimax tweeted my stream? Fuck yeah. Well, it's a good thing they are the model I prefer between the two. They're both really good. They are more different than I expected. GLM seems like it probably would be the better model if you wanted to use one for things other than coding, like basic analysis, just abusing it for tool calling, object gen, stuff like that. Minimax is much better from my testing at long tasks, at generating plans, at going the 9 yards. Like it has that Claude feel to it where it can work for longer. And the only models I've seen that have this are GPT-5, every Anthropic model since Sonnet 4, and now Minimax M2 and 2.1. I did not use M2 very much, so I don't know how much better this is from M2. But its ability to do long-running tasks has been blowing me away, for an open model especially. I know I didn't use plan mode for this UI gen. It's just UI gen. It shouldn't need a plan. Look at that, using NPM even though this is a bun project. We love that. It used bun add to add the packages and then ran with NPM run. That was GLM doing that, by the way. I would really like if OpenCode added the tokens per second here. It's crazy they have like working clickable UI. Oh, since it ran the dev server, it might have gotten stuck or thinking the... Okay, now it finally went. That was funny. Yeah, it ran that dev server with the and now lost track of it. It is confused. It did this before too, where I had to yell at it. It just doesn't know how to run dev servers, which is very annoying. Minimax doesn't bother doing it. I do have a rule in my cursor rules telling models to not do this, if I recall. Let me... Make sure I'm not making this up. Gonna be lazy and do this to hide my email. I do have that rule in Cursor. Well, close enough. Don't call build commands unless you really need to. They break my dev environment. You can run type checks all you want. Yeah. Let me get out of that view. Cool. These are still going. Seems like GLM 4.7 was able to get itself out of the hole it dug itself into with those dev commands by calling kill commands to get rid of them. And told me that it's running here. I hope it's not still running there. It is not. Not that either. Oh, I might still have another dev server running. Let me double check that. No, I don't. Okay. There we go. God, this is the GLM version. CSS is hard. Something appears very broken. None of the spacing is right. Everything is compressed into the corner. What is going on? Did you break the Tailwind config? I thought this model was supposed to be good at UI. Minimax is still grinding. It's funny because the model runs faster, but it also does more, so it takes a bit longer. Sometimes. Depends on the task. It did not take longer at all when I was doing the actual changes to a real big code base, which again, like, it's really impressive. This is an open weight thing that you can download and run on your own computer, hypothetically, that is capable of making real changes in an actual production code base being used by hundreds of thousands of people on the web every day. Like, this is not trivial shit anymore. This isn't, oh, it auto-completes, or if you're in the file and tell it to make one change, it sometimes can. This is real work and real code bases. Not what I'm demoing right now. This is a quick, hacky demo app. But the thing I was showing before, that's actual work. Cool. Minimax just finished. That took it 7 minutes and 59 seconds. And here's what it made. Not bad. Testing, generate, has cool fake UI for this. I can go to the gallery view that it made with a bunch of fake images in it. Not bad. Still nowhere near as good at UI as any of the new Opus or especially the new GPT models. And now Gemini 3 is really good at UI as well. This is fine. Considering that this model is basically free to use because it's so cheap, like that cost a cent. 1 cent. They wrote almost 400 lines of code for 1 cent. That's insane. The GLM won't show me how much it costs because it's free. I can do manual math after, but it's not far off. It generates more tokens and costs a little less, so they balance out about the same. You know what I'll try? I'm going to do something stupid. Something I've been doing a lot with my own model usage is I use Opus for most things. I'll occasionally pull in 5.2 extra high to do really deep planning stuff. If it has to like touch faraway files with strange things in them. 5.2 is still a decent bit better at planning. And 5.2 is still also quite a bit better at complex style and like spatial relationship type things compared to Opus. Weird CSS shit, I still use the GPT-5 models for. So I've learned that for most things, I should just use Opus and then occasionally switch over to GPT-5 if I know it's a more UI-heavy task that it will benefit for. So let's try that here. I'm going to use Minimax the way I use Opus, which is the general workhouse. I'm going to use Minimax, third time's charm. I'm going to use M2.1 for Minimax the same way I use Opus as like my general model, general planning, general code, general things. And I'm going to use GLM 4.7 as my UI specialist. Instead of waiting for it to potentially recover whatever the fuck happened over here, I'm going to ask it to fix this code and make it less ugly. So I'm going to give it access to the Minimax M2.1 version and tell it to clean it up. I'm also going to do this inside of OpenCode, or I'm also going to do this inside of Kilo code because for whatever reason, OpenCode's deployment of 4.7 is having a lot of weird issues right now. Switch to Kilo. Switch to GLM 4.7. This app is ugly. Make it beautiful. It should be dark mode, relatively minimal, and tasteful. Let's see how GLM does in Kilo code at making this very ugly thing less ugly. I bet it will do this faster than it will finish fixing the gen in the other one. No mistakes, grandma is in danger. If she doesn't get her image gen studio beautiful ASAP, she's screwed. I'm on an M4 Max 128 gigs. I think it's like right on the line. Composer one's been free in Cursor on and off for a bit. Yeah, there's something up with the Zen deployment. It's just slow. Let me update the styling. Tool call, right, breaks off. Fun. This shit's not as easy as people think. Okay, it's cranking. It just made a new file that just says use client at the top without even having quotes. Is it just rewriting the whole file? Hilarious. It's not even bothering with edits. It's just gunning out a new file. Tell in 4.7 how I really feel. Man, I'm excited for these models to get way faster too. That it's going to be so nice. To the Minimax guy in chat, any idea when we're going to be seeing the weights for this? It is still planned to be open weight, right? You use it all day. 4 to 5 agents in parallel on features and refactors, and they hand back MRs. Good shit. No, same thing. 2.1's devel aesthetic and design priors can definitely be improved. It can do good UI, but today it usually needs more detailed prompts. We significantly upgraded the built-in design taste in the next version, so simpler prompts will produce much better UI by default. That's a really cool update. Thank you, man. I'll give you VIP. Yeah. What's actually kind of cool is similar to how if you know your tech stacks and frameworks and tooling well enough, you can make good compromises as to what tech to use where. Like, you know when it makes sense to use Convex versus a direct Postgres database versus something else entirely. You know when it makes sense to use React versus when you really should go do it in Solid versus when you can't use a framework, it'll get in your way. That type of knowledge is starting to exist within models where you might know 4.7 is better at UI than Minimax 2.1, but Minimax 2.1 is way better at planning and doing long-running tasks. And knowing how do I put this? And knowing which to use where to optimize for both capability and cost is really cool. Like, I could see a legitimate use case here being to use Minimax as your go-to general use model and then go spin up Opus 4.5 with the front-end skill to do the homepage and the front-end UI, but not to have it do anything else. That way you can spend money on like your marketing and your homepage and not spend that much with the actual implementation where you're generating way more tokens. You can limit where and how you use the more expensive models or even the dumber models to specific boxes to maximize how much you're getting for the money you spend. Or you can be lazy and just use Opus for pretty much everything like I've been doing. But the fact that you can get so close for so cheap is absurd. Let's see how it did. Okay, here is the GLM version editing the code that it got from Minimax. And it's nice and minimal and looks a bit better. It did keep the original UI a little more than I would have hoped, but it looks solid. I do like the minimalism. I'm going to tell it to do one last pass. Get more creative with it. Don't be afraid to change the layout entirely. You have full creative control. Outstanding. Wrote quite a prompt for this. Get more creative with it. Don't be afraid to change the layout entirely. You have full creative control. Use it to make something outstanding. And for some reason, that was a queued message. I guess it like failed halfway. Great. I will try again. Okay, it appears I just broke Kilo code entirely. Kilo team, I want to love what you're building. We need to chat. I think I still have a T3 chat local up. Yeah, I did. Okay. Third time's the charm. Got a basic agent working in like 10 minutes. Oh boy. The OMG with the 1-year gift to Skylar. Fuck yeah. Oh shit, Eva. Hope you're doing well. You're going crazy. Saw the recent disclosure. Pumped that they paid you a fair amount after all of the stuff going public. Opus 4.5 is great, and I do like Gemini 3 Pro's design taste more. I usually discuss UI ideas with Gemini, then implement them with 2.1. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Did it fail again? Kilo. I'm getting annoyed. I guess we're going back here. Okay, here's the original from GLM 4.7 in open code. It finally fixed the layouts. What did it do wrong? It did a lot of random shit that wasn't actually fixing things. The div class relative doesn't have any height or flex properties, so everything's compressed. Yeah, I don't buy the this model's really good at code thing. Or yeah, I don't buy the GLM's really good at UI thing as much as they showcased it here. This is bad. Embedding the background as a data URL hard coded into the Tailwind class name is a choice. It's an interesting way to do things. Ugh. Yeah. Not my favorite. Oh shit, did this auto upgrade to 2065? It's one of the bad versions, right? Let me go. Update to latest. Cool. And if I did this right, I now have the front end skill. Cool. How do I even use it? I haven't used skills in Claude Code before. You just tell it to use the skill? Fun. Let's paste the same prompts. I had it here. Use your front end design skill. I had this in Opus, right? I do. Cool. Did I put those all in here yet? Well, let's go. I'm going to go do this. Just do my due diligence. 4 notes for the video. Any other coverage of these I should sneak into the video? What's the hotkey for YOLO mode? There's a hotkey you can press to just force it into YOLO mode, right? There is no Alt tab. I'm on a Mac. Commands tab? No. You have to do it as a launch option. Option tab is just tab, at least in my terminal. Shift tab lets you accept edits, plan mode, nothing. I think I have to do it as a launch thing, which is annoying. I'm not going to bother. I love that I can't tell if which tab is YouTube Studio chat and which tab is one of my local hosts because none of them have favicons. YouTube pop-out chat doesn't have a fucking favicon. Man, whoever makes the first model that doesn't randomly run your fucking dev server for no reason is going to get a lot of my money. An error for the CSS. Yeah, Opus just failed to write CSS that works. It also wrote a shitload of CSS, which, like, we're using Tailwind. Does not need to do thousands of lines of CSS. Oh, this might just be how it builds because of the other things I'm using. I might have to kill dev. See how it does it. Okay, I did it. Okay, a little bit different. This is when I gave Claude the design skill, and it made a like proprietary, and it made a pretentious research website that you would see somebody working on out of a Starbucks cafe. Like, it looks really cool, but the actual UX of navigating it is shit. It feels like it tried too hard, is the best I can put it. But it's cool it can do something like this. I might use this for a homepage. The skill really steered it here. Yeah. Good model. The front-end design skill seems actually good. There's that file. Here it is. There's just a few paragraphs that tell it how to design better. There's just 900 tokens of instructions. Focus on typography, color and theme, motion, spatial composition, background and visual details. Never use generic AI-generated aesthetics like overused font families. Enter Roboto Arial system fonts. Cliched color schemes, particularly purple gradients on white backgrounds. This isn't a skill. This is Anthropic writing a markdown file to tell the model to stop doing all of the same bullshit. This is like adding to the system prompt, never say you're absolutely right to fix the problem. It's actually really funny. Reading through Anthropic's skills is the best way to get an honest representation of how the models behave, because this is where they hide all the things to make it stop doing its bullshit. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, and there's a good font. Is it built-in Anthropic skill? No, this is a skill that you can get from the Anthropic GitHub. Claudecode/plugin/frontend design/skills. This is a skill that they published on their GitHub that they updated last month. It is just this markdown file. That's a skill. And to be clear, this repo does not mean Claude Code is open source. It is not. Claude Code is actually the single source of the most DMCAs in the history of GitHub because they accidentally leaked their source map once. Claude Code is very closed source. They just have some of the community pieces here. It's probably the most stars on any GitHub repo that doesn't actually include the source that the GitHub repo is named after. It's very silly. And a lot of people seem to think Claude Code is open source because there's a repo named Claude Code with 50K stars that gets changes every day. But this is not Claude Code being open source. The actual package, the thing you install, closed source. And it's the only major CLI that is closed source still. Just saying. And back to the open source one running GLM. It's still going. This one's been going for like 20 minutes. And I'm tired of wasting y'all's time. I feel like I've covered this adequately. The models are good. 4.7 is good at focused work and completing specific small tasks. Minimax M2.1 can go for a long time on lots of things and generate really surprisingly good results. They're both open weight. They have both meaningfully raised how much you can get done for really small amounts of money. So if you're on a tight budget and those $200 a month subscriptions make you feel sick, you should probably use T3 Check. It's only $8 a month. But you should also consider using these open weight models with tools like OpenCode in order to generate incredible results slightly slower and significantly cheaper. I love releases like these, and I'm really pumped about the things that we're seeing come out of these open weight Chinese labs. The results are unbelievable. I would never have believed this type of performance was possible at all, even just 6 months ago. The fact that this is a file you can download and run on your own machine to do things like this is so cool. This is a great way to end the year, and I'm so excited to see what these labs cook next year. Until next time, peace, nerds. And yes, it's still going. T3 chat app's going to be a little longer than we hoped. It will be early next year, though. Don't worry. Pumped we did all of that. Thank you, everybody who came through for that one. That was fun. There's a lot of other things I want to talk about. I really want to do a how I parsed billions of rows for every user in under 2 seconds. I have a lot to say about that one. Yeah, it'll be a fun one. Big Pickle's okay. Thank you to K3 Paso for the Prime sub. Hand of Hearts, I don't know if I got you before, but I appreciate it a ton. And Paul Mabry with the Prime as well. Shivam HWP, always good to see you, Shivam. Thanks for stopping by. 18 months, goddamn. Umatic with the Prime. Gabriel with the 41 months of Tier 3, Jesus Christ. And Newton with the Prime. Oh, M2.1 waits Christmas Day. Oh boy. Cool. Allegedly, phase fit this in wherever it fits. Allegedly, the weights for M2.1 are going to drop on Christmas Day. Very exciting. So the weights will be out super soon. And according to Minimax themselves, M2.x, 2.5, M3, lots coming. Let's see how far we can push it. I'm excited. Cool. Now that extra is recorded. Thank you, guys. Close. Yeah, I need to keep that open. Close that. Close that. Funny Claude thing. Try putting Windows files like PowerShell with CRLF line endings in your code base. Watch it write bash scripts and fail. Oh boy. I have not seen Pluribus, so I cannot answer that question. I'll be honest, Yasuo, judging from this, I'm probably not going to like the idea. Yo, Yug, thank you for the 15 months of support. Okay. I kind of want to just go straight into this one. Let me get everything up I need for this. One more thing I want to sneak in for the last one, marker. Even more for GLM vid. Sorry, face. This is when I had this up, the Opus one. So before I go to the GitHub to make fun of the skill thing and show the actual code for the skill, after I implemented it, but before I made fun of the skill. If you were curious how much this cost, you were curious how much this design cost and getting it to fix the imports and then rebuild, it's about $1. Yeah. 4 minutes of API time and $1 to do that. So you get the idea. You can implement the whole feature for 10 to 40 cents with Minimax, or you can make it look nice with Opus for 10x more. The cost difference is crazy. It's a good day to be a cheap bastard. Cool. That is done. Let me go back to prepping for this. Okay. Okay, everything I need here. Let's let me ship a lot. No, that's annoying. That's all public info technically though. Check out npm install. Okay, this is the only file I really need. Cool. And wrapped. Cool. I can do this from here. Nice. I'm actually really excited to film this one. I have so much to say. This is going to be one of the deepest like code deep dives I've done in a bit. Oh, I should do this. Remind me to do this after I film this. Okay. Here goes nothing. It's going to be one of the deeper eng dives I've done in a bit. Yeah. If you're interested in unnecessarily deep dives in real programming problems, you'll probably like this video a lot. If you haven't kept up with the product, we just dropped the T3, in case you haven't caught up, we just put out the T3 Chat Rewind, which is, if you haven't kept up, we just put out the T3 Chat Rewind. T3 Chat's the only AI chat that doesn't suck to use, and we made our rewind for our hundreds of thousands of users to go through and learn how many messages they sent, what percentage of users they fit within, what models they use the most, how they use them, all of these other things that don't quite fit on my screen at this size. You get the idea, though. We put a lot of work into making a really cool, beautiful wrapped feature, especially after looking at the OpenAI one. But you might, this probably seems relatively easy to build, and I know a lot of us felt that way at Peter. This seems like the type of thing that'd be pretty easy to build, and I get that. We thought the same, and in a lot of ways it was, but in a lot of very interesting ways, it wasn't. Not just because the analysis of topics is hard. Joking, we obviously didn't do that. It's hard because we have billions of rows in the table that we have to parse here. And our application database is convex, which is great, but it is not built for doing this type of... Our application database is convex, which is great, but it's not built for this type of analytical work. It's not built for you to go query every single row in the database. And also, if a user deleted a message or a thread, that's now gone from their history and won't count in their usage. Thankfully, we have another database we've been using a lot, PostHog, which is built almost entirely for doing analytics work, which is great when I want to go figure out how much money our users cost us or how popular a feature is, but it's not built to expose data to users directly, which I spent a lot of time working around. We did it. I'm really proud. We managed to do it, and I'm really proud, but the initial version took about 10 to 20 minutes to run per user, could only be run concurrently with 3 instances at a time, and by the time I woke up the next day, we had literally 3,000 generations queued that were taking hours each because of how slow this was all going. And then I got it down to under 2 seconds. This is a deep dive on how I did a lot. This is a deep dive on everything from how to architect your applications to how to do weird optimizations with tools like PostHog to squeeze query times down to the best possible results for something stupid that involves billions of rows. None of these companies paid us anything to do this. In fact, we're paying them quite a bit of money to use all of this stuff. So you're getting as honest of honest takes as you possibly can here. All of that said, there is somebody paying us, and they're today's sponsor. Cool. Where to start? There is no better place to start than in dev mode. I'm assuming that my server is probably unhappy. Oh no, it's happy. Cool. So here I have my T3 chat rewind on localhost on the original version that we shipped. I'm going to go over to my database in Convex where we store the generated wrapped when it's done, and I'm going to delete it. And as is the magic of Convex, when the data disappears, the UI state changes immediately, and I can now click the Generate My Wrap button to start the generation. And we see here, we now have this. It doesn't have a computed at because it's not done. It doesn't have stats because it's not done. If we hop over to the logs and search for workflow/wrapped, we can see all of the stages as it goes. Here is the code for those stages. Near the bottom here in our workflow with Convex, because not only is Convex a data platform, it also is a runtime for your backend code that connects directly to your database, and it can do really cool things like workflows. This workflow is defined above as having a parallelization limit. Well, it doesn't. This initial version didn't, because we didn't know how strict it was on post hog. We didn't know it was a limit of 3. But what we should have here is max parallelism 3. This is the first change that we had to make. So this can now run this workflow 3 times at a time. So 3 tasks can be going at once. We have the trigger check. Not important here. The piece that matters is the compute wrapped workflow. This is the workflow that does everything. It has multiple action steps, which is really cool because if one of these actions fails, it can retry it up to 3 tries without losing the context of where it got that far. So here we have the model usage. We run the action, the internal workflow wrapped fetch model usage action. Awesome. When this call happens, this gets thrown onto the queue. And if there is a runner available and you're at the bottom of the queue, you get bumped to go run. So now this is running. This one, if we command click, you can see the SQL that we are now running against PostHog. PostHog is open source and is built on top of ClickHouseDB, which is a SQL dialect meant for analytics data to handle these really large numbers of things. It is not meant to respond in milliseconds. It's meant to take a ton of data and respond in a few seconds to a few minutes, which is not something you're supposed to bake into your app. It's something you're supposed to write to from your app for analytics purposes and then read in a dashboard because some data scientist has something they want to know about the product. Here we are selecting from the AI generation events. There's only one table of events. So we're selecting all of the events. I hate that that's leaking emails. So we are selecting all of, I hate GitLens. I turned it on for a reason recently and I wish I didn't. So we're selecting all the events that are of type AI generation that are in this specific timestamp range with a specific distinct ID. I'm also abusing pre-where in order to only check timestamp, event name, and user ID before we start running the rest of the queries so that the first read is reading a very small set of columns. This helped the performance quite a bit. I have this where 1 equals 1 just to make the syntax of passing these programmatic filters a little easier. Properties AI error messages null. This is because some models, specifically DeepSeek R1 via OpenRouter, some providers had a bug where when it got in an error state, it would log thousands of things to the database. So if we include the error messages, the data just goes mad. We kill that. And we coalesce the model identifier with properties.model because some of the old versions before I used PostHog's official SDK had a different term for the model, and this just forces them into a single field. Cool. So this is how we select all of the instances of you using each model. Fetch model usage grabs all of the things for your user ID, groups by the model, so now they are condensed into each model identifier, and then we count for each. So this spits out GPT 2.5, 1500, GPT-5, so this spits out like Gemini 3 Flash 2.5, 1500, GPT-5, 400 to get each of the values for each of the models for this given user. After we do that, we fetch the feature usage for the slide where we tell you about how many times did you use the edit feature or the branch feature, where we select a bunch of fields. Let's just bring your own key usage, which is still based on the actual model usage. So I have to go through generations and see how many of those brought your own key. Then edit, we have to look for edit message events. Retries, we have to look for retry message events. Branches, we look for branch events, etc. Then we do the dates. This one is a bit brutal because we're selecting across all AI generations, all instances, to timestamp date as date. That is to group them into individual dates so that each day has a count on it. I'm going to go and uninstall GitLens because it's pissing me off. Cool. GitLens is now off. That problem is solved. Cool. So we do that for dates, and then we immediately do it again for weekdays. So like which day of the week. And then we do it again for hour, which hour of the day. This is all to generate. This is all to generate this slide. Yeah, we just did a full table scan for AI generation events 3 times for one section. 3 separate queries doing full scans. Already pretty bad. And then the user percentile. This is when things started to fall apart. I added this because I wanted to have percentiles for where you fell in usage. And this one has to go across not just the events that you generated, but all of them total, and group them by the user ID, and then figure out how many used more than you did. This one was bad. And then the same one for where you rank in the model usage was even worse. All of these resulted in not great runtimes. We could see here that generation I was doing before. The first step took 340 milliseconds. Fetch model usage took 15.5 seconds. Feature usage took 20. Fetch date stats took 10. And fetch user percentiles took 30. That's not good. Where it gets even worse, post hog rate limit queries. Where it gets even worse is post hog's rate limits, which we didn't know about until we launched. Pro tip, when you're using a database for something it's not meant to be used for, go check its limitations. My mistake, I should have pushed this on the team more, but we didn't. And as a result, we quickly hit the rate limits, which are 3 queries running concurrently, 240 queries per minute, and 2,400 per hour. We do 10 queries per user with this implementation. Not good at all. Not good at all. So we immediately go into panic mode, start trying to clean more of these things up. Also work with PostHog, who was very, very generous. And let me find this in Slack quick. As I mentioned before, PostHog is open source. So when I went to them and said, hey, we're going to hit this limit really aggressively, can we do anything about it? They gave us some really good help, but they also made the craziest bro move ever, where they shipped a change to the actual open source project that hard-coded our team ID and gave us a higher rate limit. Absolute bros. To be clear, this should not have been necessary because of things that they taught us about after, and that's part of why I'm making this video, because I want to showcase that this wasn't actually necessary if I had just known about a handful of other things that you could do with both ClickHouse and with PostHog themselves, as well as some beta features that they haven't fully shipped yet that made this all significantly easier. But also, absolutely base of them to do this last minute on like the weekend before Christmas, just a few days before. They were awesome to work with. I am so thankful for the Post-Hog team. If you're still trying to pick your analytics provider, sure, they've sponsored in the past. They probably will again. Pick them for this. They care a lot. They're really nice to work with. So, yeah, that aside, how did we fix this? This probably should not have killed that. Well, the first things we did were put it under a feature flag to slow the rollout and also bump the parallelism to be a more reasonable limit. I then added all of the logs to make it easier to see which steps took so long and saw how slow some of those steps were. We also had a bug where we were only selecting 100 days because the default limit in Post-Hog is 100. So we had to go add some limit overrides to fix that. Then I started doing my optimizations. My email's going to be annoying to hide in that, so I'll just go right here. Then I started doing my optimizations. At some point here, there was a bug in the Rust package we were using to generate the image, and I was just so tired of dealing with those types of things that I rewrote the whole thing in browser myself. It worked out, but it was obnoxious. Let me go kill the data again. Cool. We are now regenerating, and we will see how much faster it is. Spoiler, this version is still kind of slow, but I made a bunch of changes to help with the just hammering of Post-Hog we were doing. The big one is both I and Opus took our time rewriting some of these queries to just be a single query with a bunch of union alls. This doesn't directly help with speed in the traditional sense, but it does help us stay under those rate limits, which was the biggest thing killing us at the moment. Because we were doing literally 10 queries per user, the rate limits were not realistic for us. But if I could knock a bunch of those down to 1 by just unioning everywhere in it, it got less bad. It got significantly less bad. So we did that. We now don't have to worry as much about the rate limits directly. But it's still slow. The model usage call just took 41.7 seconds. The feature usage took 51 seconds. We're now way over a minute. We're now over a minute and a half for just 2 of the steps. Fetch date stats was a lot faster when I compressed it all down to 6 seconds. Cool. And then the message percentile. This one's rough. Funny enough, I actually broke this one up into 2 steps because I saw in the logs that a lot of the time this query would pass, but then the one right after, which is the model percentage, had a pretty high chance of timing out. So I'd have to redo both queries if they were the same step. But by breaking them into separate steps, now if the message percentile fails and the model succeeds or vice versa, it can just retry the one that failed, which is great. It helped lower the error rates significantly. But we're still getting shit performance here, let's be real. I do want to wait till this is done so I can drop the final times enough to come back here and lose and regain my train of thought, because I really want this to be a good story time and not miserable to edit. And for those who think this is like terrible, terrible performance, you're insane for even thinking this is okay. People who have done actual crazy reports in stuff like ClickHouse understand. As Evelyn Lilly said here, some of her reports take 13 plus minutes to generate. I've seen mode analytics requests that take 1 to 3 hours. We had one that we accidentally set to auto gen every 10 minutes, and it cost like $200,000 after being left on for a day accidentally. This type of giant pile of data compute is just expensive and slow. Yeah. As we're experiencing here. This one might actually time out. We might hit a timeout on this. Yeah, it failed. It timed out after 141 seconds. Sometimes it passes, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on how much load PostHog is under as well. This isn't great. Still better, still less errors, but still very slow. So at this point, I go deep into hunting, and I'm also talking with the PostHog team. They mentioned this new beta feature. It's also here under the rate limits, where they specify they're not offering higher rate limits, but they are working on an upcoming endpoints product with query customization and higher limits. We'll get there in a bit, because there's one other thing that made life significantly easier. Materialized views. Materialized views are effectively a cache of a subquery inside of a SQL database. So you can take a select call that you made and store the results as a fake table. Let me go to my PostHog dashboard safely, which is not as easy as it sounds. SQL editor. Cool. So here we have one of these materialized views. This is one of those subqueries. In this case, it's usage by user. So this is how many messages did each user send. I select their person ID and their count as the total messages they sent. From events, I do my pre-wear on AI generations, timestamp range for the range that we're doing this in. And then this creates a materialized result. That means that what this prints out is now effectively saved and cached. In this case, it's 107,000 rows for the user IDs that match this pattern. It's not all of our users, but it's a lot of them. Good enough for the thing that we're doing here. We now have this gigantic pile of data, which is how many messages every single signed-in user has sent. And this is now saved in S3. Now, when I make queries, I can call this usage by user 2025 as though it is a table. And instead of having to compute this whole query on the fly, it can just pull the dump of data out of S3 and then query against that instead. I'm effectively making a fake sub table in my database just for this use case. Main should have most of this in it. Yeah, it does. So I ended up making a bunch of these materialized views. The main two that mattered were usage by user and model usage by user, but I added more for the other stuff as well as I realized how abusable this feature was. And you can see how much more complex my queries got. They didn't. They're way simpler. Now my queries for something like the combined getting all of the features is 3 lines. I select the values I want from feature usage by user 2025, where the distinct ID is this ID. Now I can just grab from this materialized view. I do the same for the date stats, where I have a table now that has all of your time stats dumped, and I grab that. Same with the message percentile. This is the one that was the biggest save. I select the count of all users who used more messages than you against the count of users total from this table, and now I know where your percentile is. So nice, so simple, so much faster. How much faster? Good question. So that run that we just did before with the old version started at 6:07 p.m. and finished at 6:11 p.m. It took over 5 minutes it took over 6 minutes with just me on the dev instance. In prod with a queue with a limit of 3 things running, this gets really, really bad. So let's see how slow it is now. I just deleted, which means this will re-trigger. Now that it is triggered, it fetched model usage in 700 milliseconds. It fetched feature usage in 670 milliseconds, date stats in 700 milliseconds, message percentile in 400, and model percentile in 470. Every request is under a second now. Some of them are under half a second. It's crazy what happens when you don't have to scan billions of rows per query. I know, obvious in retrospect, but how cool is that? That this is just a feature built into PostHog that costs you nothing. You're only paying for the events you send them. Everything else is effectively free. Like, they don't bill on how much I query against them. They don't bill on how many materialized views I create. They just let me do this. So now that I've created a bunch of these materialized views just to keep track of this data and have it in a much easier to query way, I'm able to get a massive performance win. Honestly, this could have shipped like that with the previous limit of 3 and been fine. I'm going to do something I shouldn't do. I'm going to open up the production database. Cool. Here's the actual production instance. You can see the creation times and completion, or you can see the creation times and completion times here. We've done this 16,700 times now. And the most recent handful here started at 1625, ended at 1633, under 10 seconds. 1340 to 1350, exactly 10 seconds. 1125 to 1134, under 10 seconds. These gens are now under 10 seconds each, which means when you go to the page, it comes up immediately. Look, somebody's genning right now because everything in Convex Live updates. So we have a gen here. It just got created. It isn't done yet. And in just a moment, you'll see it auto update when it completed. That user just had their UI update with the existing, or that user just had their UI update with the new wrapped feature completed because their data got completed. If anybody in chat hasn't been to T3 chat since we started the wrapped feature, and you go now, it'll appear in here as it auto creates the job, completes the job, and then updates the data as a result. Super cool. One of those took 11 seconds. The other one took 9 seconds. We're still averaging that 10-second range. That said, there's a thing that happens to me when I get this deep on new stuff. I get excited. I decided to go a bit further. We still have 5 queries in this file. Can we knock down the number more? Let me go find the branch I want to use for this one. Here we are. Here we have the over-optimized, or here I have, oh, that's the wrong here. It's this one. Here we have the over-optimized wrapped because of who I am as a person PR. This one is fun. Before I show you the code, I would like to show you the results. It's computing. I'm just going to leave it here because it's done already. It computed in 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Remember, there were users who this took 3 to 5 hours for, probably longer if we had let the whole queue burn out with the original implementation. Now the results are nearly instant. And here we see it's now one query, fetch usage data for user. Well, one action that took 1.2 seconds. Let's take a look at that code. Fetch usage data for user. This is the only action now. And in here, we have two stages. I made these two stages one action because at this point, the overhead of convex calling actions as different steps mattered. Like now we're in the like sub 100 millisecond range for those things, but I wanted to squeeze every ounce out of this. This is who I am as a person. So we ended up doing this all in one action with two stages because I needed results from stage 1 to use in stage 2 because I need to know how many messages you sent and what your top model was in order to query your percentile location and also in order to query what model you used how much. So we do the first stage, all unioned to get all of the data in one call and a really brutal effect schema to dump things out of it. I parse a ton of shit from it. And we do the same thing after all the parsing is done. God bless Claude for writing all of this junk for me. Once I had working SQL, I could just tell Opus, like, squash this in a union, see what the errors were with the query, and then tell it to go fix those errors, and it worked relatively well. Now we have stage 2, where if you do have a top model, I query your usage for this particular model. I also query the percentile for where you fall in the messages. So now you have the two stages. And all of these are heavily using those same materialized views from before. No changes to the materialized views. And it's silly, but something that helped a lot with getting the model to behave, since all of this data lives outside of the code base, because the materialized view is a dashboard setting that you go configure in PostHog, the model and your coworkers have no idea what usage by user 2025 is. So in order to half solve the problem, I just went and dumped all of the exact queries as comments at the top of the file, so both my coworkers and my agents would actually know what's in these fake tables. I really wish I could have just had this as a file in the code base that would go create the materialized views for me, but I can't, so I don't, and I'm settling for this. I also had a lot of people asking why we're not doing live times, because it makes everything harder. It takes a still target and makes it moving. Now we have to regenerate the general data source. Now what happens if you send a bunch of messages after the last generation, you're now ahead versus the data that we have cached. Do we bust the cache if you have a newer message? What if we just pick a random date that is around when we want to ship the feature and only calculate there? Now all of the data we're parsing against is effectively static. It makes everything way simpler. If we weren't doing it this way, I would set it on a rolling window of like an hour or a day. I would never parse this with live data because then you lose so much of the optimization. So I have all of my materialized views here. Since they're all defined here, the model knows what stats and what fields exist for each of these materialized views, and it can make reasonable decisions trying to finagle them into queries that are performant. I still had to do a lot by hand here. Most of it by hand, honestly, especially the materialized view stuff, but the model, once it had the working queries, could condense them relatively well. But we can do more. Okay, do they not have it coming up? Oh, here we are. Remember earlier I mentioned there was a beta PostHog feature? Endpoints? This is PostHog building in my weird bullshit use case as a core part of the product. I am very excited about this. Endpoints lets you take one of those queries or views that you have defined in the dashboard and expose them over an API endpoint. And as I'm sure you guys can guess, I use them. Where is it? Everything's kind of hidden because it's an early thing. Yeah, there we go. And as you guys can guess, I had to try them. So I took those same queries, the stage 1 wrapped and the stage 2 wrapped, and I threw them in endpoints. Currently, as far as I understand, there are no rate limits on endpoints because it's an early access beta feature and they want to get a better idea of how people are using it before they start limiting it. Early access to a beta feature with no rate limits is very much something that's up my alley. So I made one more change where I moved over to calling these endpoints and just letting the code run. So I made this last change where I started hitting the endpoints instead, calling run postlog endpoints with the name of this endpoint. This is just a basic effect function wrapper that handles the HTTP client with all of the custom fields like our variables, as well as, more importantly, our API keys. So this can be hit safely. This just hits the environment, or this just hits our project endpoints director. This just hits our project ID /endpoint / this endpoint name to get us results. It is literally the same thing as the query was doing before, but hitting an endpoint instead, which allows them to do cool caching and other things. They don't do it too heavily by default, but they do it some amount, which means we can see an improvement. Once again, deleting. The last time took 3 seconds. At this point, it's going to be so close that it's barely noticeable. But now it started computing. We're waiting in real time. Now it's done. That took 4 seconds. As I said, comes down to what happens when. Although here we can see the fetch usage data took 1.8 seconds when before it took 1.2. This is just luck of the draw type stuff. We're very, very close. But we do have to do 2 round trips over HTTP now because we have to do stage 1 via hitting that endpoint thing, get results, parse results, and then hit another endpoint to get the stage 2. At this point, I know I can do better. I have been thinking far too much while I let the agent compress everything into these 2 queries and realize they could be 1. At this point, I also feel bad bothering my team about all of this, so I don't force them all to review it. It also changed the structure of the data slightly, which I didn't feel like finagling. This at this point is just me exploring for fun. This is the single shot with percentiles version, where I no longer am just calculating what the percentile is for a model. I'm calculating what percentile you fall in for all models, because then I don't need to know ahead of time. Then I'm able to compress everything into a single query, which I did here with user model data. So I start here to get this early data I need for other subqueries, and then a very long query with a lot of unions, and then a lot of parsing to get all the data out at the end. But now it is actually just one query. I could move this to endpoints, but it's just one query. I barely fucking care. This also is a different shape for the data, which has a really funny problem where it's not able to deploy the changes right now because the schema validation failed because the shape of the data in the database is different. If I delete this, it will auto redeploy, but it also will trigger the job again, which is so fast that it never gets the redeployment out. So I have to close my local dev tab, kill this, then it can redeploy because there's no data conflicting. Now I can open up this tab and it will start generating. And in just a second, it is now done. I'm happy chat understands. Suffering from success, literally. Yeah, it's so fast in Posthog it's so fast and Convex is so good at syncing that it can't deploy. Hilarious, but fixed. Cool. Now we see that took 2.1 seconds. This is another luck of the draw thing. Delete it, rerun. Oh, that time it took 185 milliseconds because it can cache and have warm data. And once it figures out the shape of a query and it gets hit enough, it starts to cache some details here. But now reruns are under 200 milliseconds. It basically is instant. When you go to the page, it appears. 157 milliseconds. The job started at 6:29:21 and it ended at 6:29:22. That is insane. And if I go and throw this in an endpoint, I now effectively have an unlimited rate limit to hit this that takes at worst 2 to 3 seconds, but at best 200 to 300 milliseconds. Insane. And now I see chat asking a really good logical question. How come I kept the 10-second version as the version in prod instead of this? Because 10 seconds was fucking fast enough. Like, let's be really clear. If we had started with the 10-second version, I would not have done any of this. I would never even touched the code. But when I saw how bad it was, I saw how horrible the queue was and how disappointed our users were that their generations weren't happening. And had Ben and Reese and all these other people in the community texting me saying, like, where is my wrapped? And Posthog upset about all the damage we were doing to a production instance of their database. It was clear it had to be faster. I really wanted it to be faster. So I made it fast enough, got the team to approve it, ship it, saw the quality go up, saw the speeds go up a ton, was happy with it. And then poor Mark, who got 4 hours of sleep, went on a walk. I did not want to bother Mark after all of the bothering I had just done to review the 3 PRs I had just made over optimizing this. I'm not joking. I had the over-optimized wrap because of who I am as a person, misspelt, because that's the point I was at in my day. I then had the over-optimized wrapped using the new Posthog endpoints feature. And then the final version that I would have been okay with merging if we had done a few more things. This is the all queries fired single shot, more percentile information in UI. I actually forgot to showcase that. Now it shows, with this version, what percentile you're in for every model, because it's easier to just calculate all of them than it is to do multiple queries once I figure out what your top model was. I think this is really cool. There are parts of this I want to ship, so I'm going to tidy it up a little bit and bug the team. Good chance by the time the video comes out, we have shipped some of these optimizations. We shall see. Regardless, this was a lot of fun. It's been a while since I was this deep in the weeds on a performance thing. Certainly a long time since I was this deep in the weeds on some weird SQL bullshit. And I had a blast. This wasn't even the thing that was hardest or most annoying about this project. This was more a fun deep dive in performance things. Shout out to the rest of the team for building the coolest wrap feature ever. The speed isn't why it's cool, it's the feature. Mark for leading the whole thing, Julius for getting the first working version out, and Dom and Lucia for spamming us with feedback and changes to make it as stunning as it is now. Those two, in the end, actually, are the ones that made it as beautiful as it is. I'm so pumped about the team we have. We built something incredible. I just came in to write some bullshit SQL with Claude to make it fast enough. I can't believe you're still watching this, but I'm thankful you are. I haven't done a deep dive like this in a while, both like in my actual work, but also on the channel. So I'm curious how you guys feel about this. Do you like this type of content? I know a lot of people are upset that I'm just talking about AI all the time, and I know that this is the type of thing I know a lot of you are here for this type of thing and not the rants about new AI models, so let me know how you feel about this video. So yeah. Let me do one more thing. Actually, I'll show that later. And remember, if you haven't signed up for T3 Chat yet, your first month can be $1 if you use code WRAPPED. Go give it a shot. We've been putting a lot of time into this product, and we have some very fun things coming at the start of next year. Thank you as always, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Cool. Phase, at some point when I have this open, oh god, that was a bug with my local version. I'll switch here. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Put this way earlier. If you're currently jealous that you didn't get this cool of a wrapped because you're using a much worse AI chat app like, you know, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, or any of the others, you can get your first month for just $1 with the code WRAPPED at checkout. Yes, $1 for access to every single model in a chat app that doesn't hurt to use. Crazy deal. And every other month's just going to be $8 anyways. Pretty good deal if I say so myself. Cool. I think that's everything for this one. Cheap Bastard could be a fun one. I'll use this for the other video. Yeah, that one's for the last video. Let me go add that quick. Cool. That is now good. Post-hog AI hasn't been great for me. Yes, we do images. DuckDuckGo got faster, and I haven't had time to configure Unduck and all my stuff. I recently wiped this computer, and DuckDuckGo has been fine. Because I made Unduck, they fixed it. Oh yeah, I was gonna... Yeah. Cool. Fit this wherever it fits. Ideally, relatively early in the video about Minimax and GLP, or GLM. By the way, if you want a good UI to test talking to these models in, like asking it to write code for you or whatever else you want them to do, T3 Chat is still by far the best UI you can use any of these models in. I don't care what other people say. The rest suck for this type of general use. But we also support great models like Gemini 3, both Pro and Flash. The best image gen experience with Nano Banana right now by far, which is annoying. We shouldn't be so far ahead. And my favorite model to chat with, Kimi K2. Chances are, if you're excited about models like this, it's because you're a bit of a cheap bastard. I get it. I am too. So I'm going to give you a deal. Normally, every month is $8 on T3 Chat, which is already a great deal. But just for you, if you use the code CHEAPBASTARD at checkout, your first month will be just $1. Yes, $1 if you use code CHEAPBASTARD at checkout. Anyways. Greptile and CodeRabbit it's so hard to describe the differences. They're both really good and they're both really weird sometimes. There's something up with Greptile in the T3 chat code base right now where it hallucinates way more than it should. I like the UX around Greptile more, and a lot of the comments, it notices deeper things slightly better, and its understanding of my code base feels better when it's working. CodeRabbit feels less like it fully understands the code base, but it also feels more steerable. Like when you tell it to stop doing a thing, it does. That is funny. Yeah, Minimax M2.1 is going to be open source on Christmas is the current rumor. Oh, I should have included the post-hog bill bit. I mean, I said enough about it. Like all those things are free. Our post-hog bill is brutal because we're ingesting a shitload of events. We're in the thousands a month. But all of this stuff is free. I think that's going to be a killer video. Cool. A few thousand per month for your analytics database is definitely a lot. I literally just got an email from my contact at PostHog confirming that they're going to renew the sponsorship. That is really funny timing. I even told them, like, they're getting this video for free. Oh yeah, I commented on this. He's doing it on a personal repo, which is really dumb. God, I hate when people are like, you're just being biased because of your sponsors when they know significantly less about the fucking topic than me. Just shut your fucking face. Well, this one thing does what I want, so you're wrong. No, the API sucks fucking balls. Yeah, I'm largely responsible for popularizing a chunk of this stack, and I'm still all in on convex now. It has made my life so much easier. I'm probably going to do another like glazing convex video in the near future just because it's been so much better for me. Yeah, Supabase is really hard for me to recommend. Also, sorry, YouTube chat. I can just close this window now. Hi, guys. Sorry about that. There's anything there. Let me thank subs I might have missed. I think I got you, Newton. Pretty sure I got you, Yuggin, HG negative for the 32 months, 15 months, and MacDom with the Prime. That's a new one. Thank you for that. Yeah, they asked me for advice on the YouTube channel, and I said, don't fucking change anything. I watch it, and that's what matters. They're defined stable enough. Oh boy, this is really cool. I don't think I can make a video on this, but I will absolutely read an article from Waymo about how they handled the PG&E outage because this was embarrassing. How are we doing on the calendar already? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 vids. I recorded 2 more. 1 more and we're good for a bit. I think we gotta do logging as a mistake. I'm excited for this one. Also, do I have a pry on this? Because I think this is now higher priority than it used to be. Yeah, I'm going to restructure all of this quick. Moved off next is getting delayed again. Yeah, the Opus one should be right after this because I wanted it out before and that just can't happen. So we'll set this for release today. Can we do? Yeah, cool. We get that out tonight. This one we can do tomorrow. I have a different plan for Christmas, so I'll deal with that later. Set this one for then. Bump everything back one more. Yeah, one more video and we've bridged the gap. Cool. And New Year's Eve is the single worst day to post a video. Fun fact. We've had a video get delayed for like 5 to 6 months before, but we've burned through the backlog too much to have that happen again. We avoided the outage, just barely. What do you got for me, Mickey? Lol. This one's fun. Let's do the logging article. Actually, I don't know when this one's going to come out. This might get delayed. Wearing the Christmas sweater for this could be bad. Give me a sec to change. I brought an extra shirt for this purpose. Remember, the normie viewers are under the illusion that all of these videos are recorded the day that they came out. Nobody knows. You guys are in on the secret. The videos are all recorded in a batch 1 to 2 days a week. Most people don't and can't ever know that. So we gotta play into the illusion. I want to start this one. I'm gonna start with a sip of water. I know the start. This will be fun. If you ever ask my coworkers what it's like to work with me, they'll have a lot to say. But if you specifically ask for any weird things or bad habits I have, there's one in particular almost every engineer will bring up after working with me. I leave a lot of logs around, like far too many. I think that in the T3 chat codebase alone, I think we had to clean up over 1,000 log statements that I just left around. I love just dropping a console log to figure out what's going on, and I can't tell you how many times one of these random logs made it way easier for us to debug something going weird or just not how we expected. That said, I need to be honest with you guys. Logging sucks. And I'm not the only one saying this. Boris just wrote an incredible article all about the problems with logging and how we do it today. And as somebody who is known for logging way too much, I couldn't agree more. I am so excited to break all of this down and explain the ins and outs of how logging at scale works and all of the problems with the traditional way that we log data. Since we're about to go deep on something that sucks, we should take a quick break for something that's awesome. Today's sponsor. Let's dive into why logging sucks and also how to make it better. I love this opener. Your logs are lying to you, not maliciously. They're just not equipped to tell the truth. You've probably spent hours grepping through logs trying to understand why a user couldn't check out, why the webhook failed, or why your P99 latency spiked at 3 a.m. You found nothing useful. Just timestamps and vague messages that mock you with their uselessness. This isn't your fault. Logging, as it's commonly practiced, is fundamentally broken. And no, slapping open telemetry on your codebase won't magically fix it. Shout it from the mountaintops. I have so many issues with OTel. I don't want to just make this a rant about OTel. I legitimately prefer console log to OTel for most things, but we'll get there as we get there. Let's see what's wrong and, more importantly, how to fix it. Core problem. Logs were designed for a different era. An era of monoliths, single servers, and problems you could reproduce locally. Today, a single user request might touch 15 services, 3 databases, 2 caches, and a message queue. Your logs are still acting like it's 2005. There are a lot of things like this in tech. I have been resisting the urge to do like a 2 to 3 hour schizo rant about everything I hate about file systems. The idea that files should exist in folders that are nested, hierarchical, and have no ability to share content between them instead of something like a logical tagging system is so rudimentary and wrong that the way file systems actually work entirely ignores the paradigm of how they're exposed. Most file systems are just a list of files with the folder as a tag or name key in it somewhere that you use to create the hierarchical system that users expect. We have just been pretending files and folders are the right way to organize things on our computer for like 4 decades now. And logs are a similar thing. Logs were made a long ass time ago. People mostly understood them, so nobody's bothered to challenge the fundamentals of them. We still use computers the same way that UIs were invented with the original Macintosh. The same 3 buttons in the corner, the same mouse with the same click behaviors. We don't like change unless we really need it, and that's how we end up places like this, where logs still work as though everything's running on one server that the database is actually running on top of. That's not how anything works anymore, so this system sucks. And as somebody who runs a lot of things, especially like, just as a silly example, I was previously filming, or Let me Just as a silly example from literally earlier today, I was filming a video about how we built the wrapped feature at T3 Chat. And this feature was only debuggable because of ways that I added logging in and how good of a platform Convex is. But this one was complex because things existed in a lot of different places. There was the UI state, what the user was seeing and what state their device was in. There was the feature flag, which was coming from PostHog, which actually would be blocked if you had an ad blocker on, which is really annoying. There is the Convex database where the data gets put and stored. There's the Convex query layer where you're querying for what the data is and if you have it. And then there's the Convex workflows that actually run the generations, all being run on top of the PostHog data sets. So we have 5 parts of Convex, the user experience, the backend on Vercel, which thankfully we didn't have to touch too much. That was basically written out of this one, unlike for everything else in the product. And then PostHog as a source of data, and then Convex again is the location the data goes when it's done. That's a lot of different places with a lot of different things, and I honestly can't tell you what's going on in some of them at all. I have no idea how to go into I have no idea if there's a place in PostHog where you can see logs for attempted queries and their success and failures. I couldn't find it. So all of the logging had to happen in this control plane. So I built a bunch of logging for this to figure out what was going wrong. But now it's scattered across a bunch of different things. And then if another user was to do this at the same time, the logs get all mixed up together. The prod logs look way worse than the dev logs do because different requests get intermingled. If 2 things happen at the same time, it logs them when they happen. You can't clearly see what happened for a given request. Obnoxious. And this is just some of the problems that are about to be discussed, I'm assuming at least. But I couldn't agree more. When your single request is touching all of this different shit, just logging step by step is not giving you the experience you need. Here's what a typical logging setup looks like. We have a log chaos simulator. I hit process order, and all of the logs for this come through. It received the request for the checkout. It parsed the body, validated the JWT token for that user, confirmed that it's valid, created the order, validated the cart, checking for stock of the items. Once it's confirmed the stock's all good, it processes the payment, calls the Stripe API, takes a while, declined because of insufficient funds, attempt again, successful, order confirmed, response sent. That makes sense. For one user, this is easy to follow. Watch what happens when we bump the number of users up. Now it is impossible to know which user we're looking at any given time. This is just 13 users, and it's impossible to see which user did what where because the logs are just coming in as the things happen. Hell. Sure, you can add some clever ID system to track what request all of this is coming from and then make a custom UI to group based on that. Good luck. Let's see where this goes. Yeah. Now multiply this by 10,000 concurrent users. You've got 130,000 log lines per second, most of them saying absolutely nothing useful. But here's the real problem. When something goes wrong, these logs won't help you. They're missing the one thing you need, context. String search is broken. We have no way of checking for a specific user here. We receive a request to check out for a user checking out. Another one comes in later. We have no idea which one is for which user. You could tag this in some way, which you have to do. Yeah, it can help. And OTel can help for one box. But if these different things are happening on different boxes, like the gateway is the layer in front, but then inventory is a different system running on a Lambda or something, getting the logs from there back to the main box to be grouped as one cohesive thing, good luck. OTel does not solve any of these problems other than looking at a trace on one box. So here's why string search does not solve our problems here. When a user reports, I can't complete my purchase, your first instinct is to search your logs. You type their email or maybe their user ID, and then you hit enter. And here we see all of the things that include this user ID, all in very different format. Oh, we didn't even search for it. User 123. Search. Now we got a handful of the logs, the ones that we remembered to put the user ID on, but any logs that don't include the user ID, we don't get. And they're also all in different formats. User space, the user ID equals user ID, object user colon user ID. This is something I'm guilty of. I log aggressively and will log a ton of shit. Yeah, very common. And here is context that existed in the code, but we didn't get. We didn't get the card declined error because we didn't log a user ID. We didn't get the last 4 of the card. We didn't get the retry attempts, the user subscription tier, or the cart value. We couldn't see any of that. It does exist in the code, but we didn't log it properly. String search treats logs as bags of characters. It has no understanding of structure, no concept of relationships, no way to correlate events across services. Yep. We already solved this problem, and then naming 2 things that sound like you just made them up in chat right now. Zipkin and Sleuth. If those work for you, awesome, but I've never heard any of those words before. As we were. When you search for the user ID, you find that it's logged so many different ways across your code base. And these are just the logs that you remember to include it. What about downstream services that only log the order ID? Now you need a second search and a third. You're playing detective with one hand tied behind your back. And this is the fundamental problem. This is such a banger. Logs are optimized for writing, not for querying. Yes. The logs are great because it's a low effort way to give you some insight in the moment. They are not good for reading because they are not optimized for that. They are meant to be as easy as possible to dump data, not to find data. And the problem is that if you want to have good logs, you have to put way more care in, but nobody wants to put care into something like logging when they could just put a console log, like I'm very guilty of. Developers write console.log payment failed because it's easy in the moment. Nobody thinks about the poor soul who will be searching for this during an outage at 2 a.m. Yep. So let's define some terms. Before I show you the fix, let me define these terms. They get thrown around a lot, often incorrectly. First, we have structured logging. Logs emitted as key value pairs, usually in JSON, instead of plain strings, like event, payment failed, user ID, 123, instead of just a string. Structured logging is necessary, but not sufficient. Totally agree. Then we have cardinality, the number of unique values a field can have. User ID has high cardinality because there are millions of unique values. HTTP method has low cardinality because there's only a handful of them. I love the etc. There are technically more, but nobody uses them. And high cardinality fields are what make logs actually useful. These ones barely matter. And then there's dimensionality, the number of fields in your log event. A log with 5 fields has low dimensionality. A log with 50 fields has high dimensionality. More dimensions means more questions you can answer. Then you have wide events, which are single context-rich logs. Then there's wide events, which are in this case Then there are wide events, a single context-rich log event emitted per request per service. Instead of 13 log lines for one request, you emit one with 50 plus fields containing everything you might need to debug. And then we have canonical log lines, which is another term for a wide event that was popularized by Stripe. One log line per request that serves as the authoritative record of what happened. Good. This is a cool chart. This is a cardinality explorer. This is a cool view, a cardinality explorer. How much can a value change? This is a cool view. Ranking random pieces of data by how essential they are when you're debugging against how cardinal they are. So like how unique of the values, or like how unique can a value be? Something like the environment, like knowing if it's prod or dev, critical for filtering, but you know what you're in when you're checking the logs. HTTP method, you know by the URL and what they're doing. Region, cool. Status code, kind of, but the only reason you're checking is if it's a 400 or a 500, let's be real. And then things like endpoint and error code are limited subsets, but much more useful information. And the things that are really essential, but also large cardinality values, like session ID, user ID, request ID, trace ID, those types of things. The irony is that most logging systems charge by volume and they choke on the irony. Most logging systems charge by volume and choke on high cardinality fields. This is backwards. High cardinality is exactly what you need for debugging. Yep. And now the OpenTel rant. OpenTelemetry will not save you. I see this take constantly. Just use OTel and your observability problem. I see this take constantly. Just use OTel and your observability problems are solved. No. OpenTelemetry is a protocol and a set of SDKs. It standardizes how telemetry data, like logs, traces, and metrics, are collected and exported. This is genuinely useful. It means you're not locked into a specific vendor's format. But here's what it won't do. It does not decide what's a log. You still have to instrument your code deliberately. It doesn't add business context. If you don't add the user subtier, their cart value, or the feature flags enabled, OTel doesn't know that. And it doesn't fix your mental model. If you still think in terms of log statements, you just emit bad telemetry in standardized formats. Yep. So here is one example of an endpoint using OTel. We create the active span. They try an order. And if there's an error, we record the error. Here's a better example where we get the span, we get the request. We immediately set attributes on the span for the user ID, subscription, lifetime value, item count, total sense, feature flags, and these other things that might be useful with the events we're about to log. And then when the order is created, we add the order information to the span. And if the order fails, we set error types on the span instead and record the exception. And let's see the difference in the logs. Here is the log for the first example using OTel. You got a span name, a duration, a status, an exception message. We don't know who this failed for. We get nothing still. With properly implemented OTel, where you're actually putting the data that matters on a span, we get span name, we get duration, we get status, we get user ID. Retake on this bit. When we look at the OTel logging that we actually put attributes on properly, we get the same first three fields. Cool. But a bunch of other useful data too, like the user's ID, their subscription tier, are they a premium sub or not? The lifetime value of this customer, so we can filter things out, see how often they're happening for a user of a certain level of usage. Cart item count, cart total sense, feature flags, what feature flags they had on. And in this case, they had the new checkout on, which might be why this failed. But also, it was a payment declined error, which we have here from the error type in code from when the error happened. Now we can actually understand what happened. Same library, same protocol, widely different debugging experience. OTel is just plumbing. You decide what flows through it. Yes. OTel is a delivery mechanism. It doesn't know that user 789 is a premium customer who's been with you for 3 years and just tried to spend $160. You have to tell it that. And here is the fix. You need wider events and canonical log lines. The mental model shift that will change everything. Instead of logging what your code is doing, log what happened to the request. Instead of logging at every step, like if we go back here, we could log at the start what user we're doing things for. Then we could log that the order succeeded or log that the order failed. That's a thing I do a lot. You use OTel properly. Instead of logging, you're tagging. For this request, you are adding the additional context to the request at each of those steps instead. Stop thinking about logs as a debugging diary. Start thinking about them as structured records of business events. For each request, emit one wide event per service hop. This event should contain every piece of context that might be useful for debugging. not just what went wrong, but the full picture of the request. If we have time at the end, I'll show you guys how we do this in T3 chat because Julius went hard to get all of this working for us, abusing OTel and effect and Axiom. It's really cool stuff. So hopefully I'll remember and hopefully I can do it in a way that's PII free enough. We'll get there. So let's take a look at an example of a wide event. The request context includes data like your trace ID, span ID, parent span ID. So if this is a sub span, because you're going down some other path and you want to log that separately, you can track where this one came from. The method, the path, the query params. Why are you not logging query params? You should always log query params. Come on, guys. Why are query params such a fucking third-class citizen? The status code, duration, timestamp. And then these things are a little PII, so I don't love having them. But it can be useful to have like the IP if they're in an area that's being blocked, or the content type if you have certain image types that are failing, stuff like that. Not as useful overall. Then we have user context, things like the user ID, session ID, sub-tier, account age, lifetime value of the account, org ID, team ID. All useful things to decide about. We should probably start including lifetime value in our events. That could be really useful now that I think about it. Then we have the business context. These are things that are specific to our business and to a given endpoint, like your order ID, card ID. You can add these to have them in the span. Infrastructure context, like what Git hash is this on? What deployment ID is it running on? What region, availability zone, all these types of things. The error context, like what pieces of the error do we want to log? The Stripe decline code is a really useful one. And then the performance context. How many DB queries did it do? How much time did those queries take? How many caches were hit or missed? All really useful stuff. And I like this view a lot. I just checked a bunch of random things that I thought are useful, and now it's asking, can we answer the questions about an event? Why did the user's payment fail? Or why did the user's checkout fail? We didn't include payment methods, so we don't know. Are premium users experiencing more errors? We do know this because we have the user's tier as well as the error types, so we know if it's an error or not. What deployment caused the latency regression? We don't know because I didn't include deployment ID. Now we do. What error rates, or what's the error rate for the new checkout feature? We don't know because we don't have the feature flags added. This is a really cool example of how to do this. And the harsh reality is no matter how good you get at this, you will still miss things. You will have some outage where you can't figure out what's going wrong because you didn't log one of the fields you need. And now you can go add that log and hope that the next time it happens, you're good. Because you're not adding a log, you're adding a value to the log. Here's an example of a good wide event. We have a ton of shit in here. This is one event with all of this stuff. One event, everything you need. When the user complains, you search for user ID equals whatever their ID is, and then you know that they're a premium customer, they've been with you for 2 years, the payment failed on the 3rd attempt, the actual reason is insufficient funds, and they were using the new checkout flow. No grepping, no guessing, no search, no grepping, no guessing, no second search. Yes. The queries you can now run. With wide events, you're not searching text anymore. You're querying structured data. The difference is night and day. And if you have this all in SQL, you can write SQL, where we can select error code count for events where the type is payment error, and now we can know how many times we are hitting this type of error. This is the superpower of wide events combined with high cardinality, high dimensionality data. You're not searching logs anymore. You're running analytics on your production traffic. Yes. Implementing wide events. Here's a practical implementation pattern. The key insight is that you should build the event throughout the request lifecycle, then emit once at the end. So we have this event that we create, and then we add things to it over time. We set a context value of wide event so that this can be hit other places in the application, other things in this tree. Yeah. So we adjust values on this event that we defined at the top. change the event error in the error case, all these things. And at the end, in the finally call, logger.info event, when we finally emit it. There are a lot of caches with finally, so I don't love this, but I get it. Ideally, you're using some better tooling for managing this that is slightly higher level or a lot more overhaul-y. Again, this is one of the things that is really easy with effect. I guess we can look at T3 chat code now. Let me... Here is our actual production chat endpoint for T3 chat, which is where a lot of our errors happen. So we have a lot of things in here for that. And here we see, for example, the validated input call, where we're validating the request you made and tapping if any errors happen. And if we do tap an error, then we annotate the current span with HTTP request error message as this error message. Now, when we validate the input, if we get an error, we now have that and can use it. Afterwards, we annotate with the chat thread ID. So this is the thread that you're adding data to, that you're generating a message for. This is a message ID, so the message ID that this is going to be written to, and the message ID that the user used when they sent this up. So we can figure out what the user sent in the DB, where the result's going to be written, and what thread this was on. And at any point during this effect and its sub calls, anything going on in this specific runtime, effectively, pun not intended, it is trivial now for us to add things to the span, which is why we do it 42 times across 15 files. And this is the fun. And you can just click any example and see. When an image is uploaded, we add the attachment key, the URL, and the type to the span so that we know what type of file you're trying to attach. And now if we get an error and we see the errors only happen if the type is a WebP, we have really useful information. And if the error happens somewhere much further along, we don't have to pass all of this info all the way down the chain. And I've seen this too. I've seen people make a God object that they just pass down every path simply so they can log from it if something goes wrong. And that so they have enough context in their logs. This is where something like OTel is good, is a standard for how you attach things instead, so that you can just pin more things to an event before it fires. That said, the DX around it is bad unless you're using tools like Effect to change how execution happens to make it easier to do things like attach data to a span. Here's another fun one. There are some models that can't handle PDFs, so we convert the data to Markdown. But if a certain model fails when you give it a PDF, we want to know, is it using the native model PDF parsing or is it using our custom parsing? Here we log whether or not we use the native version. Not as a log, but as an annotation to the span that we now have access to in the future. But that's not all we do. We also have effect.log calls where we can log success and log error. And these are super, super useful for how we have the OTel set up. Let me see if I can safely find an event to showcase. I just thought you guys should know that our T3 chat prod instance has 5.8 billion records and 7.3 terabytes of raw text. 7.3 terabytes of logs. That's not the message data. This does not include the messages users send or the responses that the LLMs give. This is just our logs of things that are happening in our production services. 5.8 billion fucking rows. Let me find a good example in here. Okay, I can safely show this. Dope. I know how to safely navigate this too. That's awesome. Wish me luck not clicking things that expose PII. Always a fun challenge. Here is the here's the OTel dashboard that Julius and Mark set up for keeping track of what's going on T3 chat. You can see some very interesting things just here already, which is that we're getting 12,000 spans per minute. Absurd. But also that certain events are way slower. The average time for a generate image call is 60 seconds. The P95 is 1.25 minutes, and the P99 is nearly identical. Very interesting. We can click through and see way more information. Looks like we only get one of these every few minutes, which is good because image gen costs us a lot of money. But we can look at a specific trace and see all of the things that we are logging as we showed before in the backend. Here we see the create message call. This one actually started on the front end, and we passed the span ID to the backend so that we can log between the two. Some data for this request, because remember, we're trying to get the whole picture for when the user hits the send button to the database it writes to Stripe being checked, to the result being on their screen. So we need to have the trace work in all of the places and pull it all together as this one event. Because this is just one trace in the end. Everything got grouped together for one singular event here. Starts on the front end, the create message call, all of it together took 1:17. We can see all of these other pieces, and specifically we see here where it passed from client to backend. Here is where the server got the post request. It verified the request, which only took 73 milliseconds. It called auth service get user info to check the user's information. Get sub by user ID. This is us checking their subscription status, making sure it's valid. And once we had done all of that, we could start generating the response, which takes a lot longer. We have to resolve the API key if they have one. We have to get the model messages to get the message history so that we can actually generate the thing that they're expecting, and then do the stream to send the data back. And we get all of this because, again, we're passing the span from back end to front end, immediately attaching it. And we get all of this because, again, we are passing the span ID from the front end to the back end, immediately setting it for the logs we're doing, and then attach the right data at the right time and notify the system of these specific events when they happen. So here we have the generate chat stream response effect. And this effect is given the string name, generate chat stream response. And now that it has this as this optional name field, it knows when we call it to include that in the OTel data, which makes it so easy to see what part of your request is fast and slow and where an error might have happened. This has made debugging so much easier, so much so that if an error happens on client, we log the span ID so that you can send it to us to go check in here and debug it. Also, Axiom fucking kicks ass for all of this. I have been so happy with them. They were my first ever sponsor. They have not paid me in a long time. In fact, they stole multiple of my employees, so I'm a little salty. But Axiom has made our lives significantly easier for this type of stuff. They handle absurd amounts of data very, very well. I actually want to check where Boris works quick. He's at Cloudflare. Good, because I was going to feel bad if he was at Sentry. She isn't. So we're fine. To go back to the example in the article that isn't so effect heavy, this is all on Cloudflare because Boris works at Cloudflare. So there's already this global context object that you're expected to pass around that gives you a really good place to attach these types of things. So that's really cool. I think that's awesome. That said, I like the way Effect does this a lot more. They have this example here where we have a request that we received. Next step, we add more data because the user was authenticated. So we add the user data to the event, see the event changing as things happen. That's the key. You don't log when something happens. You add to the event when something happens. And then when the thing is complete, the request or whatever, you then log the whole event at the end. Once the cart loads, you attach all that data. Once the payment processes, you attach all of that data. And when the payment fails, you, of course, attach that error data, and then you emit the event at the end. Awesome. But here's an important key piece, keeping costs under control. But Boris, I hear you saying, if I log 50 fields per request at 10,000 requests per second, my observability bill will bankrupt me. Valid concern. This is where sampling comes in. Sampling means you only keep a percentage of your events. Instead of storing 100% of traffic, you might store 10% or even 1%. At scale, this is the only way to stay sane and solvent. So you're telling me that my 5.8 billion rows in Axiom isn't the right way to do things? Look. To be fair, Axiom's pricing is very good. The personal free tier gives you 500 gigs of monthly ingest with a 30-day retention policy for free. 500 gigs of text data for free is stupid. And if you want more and more retention, let's say you want a year of retention with 1,000 gigs, $35 a month. That makes it a lot less bad. There are limits to how many things you can have attached. There are some limits on how many things you can attach to spans because they don't want to have to index hundreds of different fields. They have the limit somewhere in here. Maybe it was higher up. Let me find this. Sorry, I was wrong. It has up to 4,096 fields. And on the T3 chat prod instance, we're only using 59 of the 4,096 possible fields. An upload thing, we went over the limit a few times, but in other services, we've stayed under 100. Stripe has a lot of weird fields, so our Stripe logging has 791 different fields, but you get the idea. It's so good and surprisingly cheap. That said, sampling seems like a good idea. Naive sampling is dangerous, though. If you randomly sample 1% of traffic, you might accidentally drop the one request that explains your outage. So again, if we just randomly sample requests, we might not see the errors that matter. At 10% random sampling, you have a 90% chance of missing any specific error. That is bad. So what should we do? Tail sampling. It means you make the sample decision after the request completes based on the outcome. The rules are simple. 1, always keep errors. 2, always keep slow requests, anything above your P99. 3, always keep specific users like VIP customers, internal testing accounts, flag sessions, and randomly sample from the rest. Happy fast requests, keep 1 to 5%. I don't fully agree here. I think retention's the more important thing. I wish platforms didn't bill on raw ingest and would bill on retention because that's where it matters. I would say you should keep all requests for 7 days. You get the idea, though. They even have some sample code for this here. I don't love that because you have to hard code the duration for above P99. Ugh, not great. Ideally, you're doing this on the ingest plane, not on the outbound one. Let's see what misconceptions the author addresses. Structured logging is the same as wide events. No, structured logging means that your logs are JSON instead of strings. That's table stakes. Wide events are a philosophy. One comprehensive event per request with all of the context attached. You can have structured logs that are still useless, like 5 fields, no user context, scattered across 20 log lines. Totally agree. Just switching over to JSON for your logs does not solve anything here. We already use OTel, so we're good. No, we've already discussed that. This is just tracing with extra steps. No, this is a philosophy. You want wide events, and if they are your traces, awesome. Similar to what I just showed for how we do it with T3 chat. Logs are for debugging, metrics are for dashboards. This distinction is artificial and harmful. Wide events can power both. Query them for debugging, aggregate them for dashboards. The data is the same, just different views. Remember the dashboard I was just showing? Dashboards. Remember that dashboard I was just showing? We have a bunch of similar ones. I have the OTel traces production dashboard that is really useful for seeing what different trace types have different request times, what the average span duration is, and all this other useful stuff. But I can go break down a specific trace. And if a user has an error and they get a trace ID in the UI, they can send it to one of my teammates and we can go paste it in the trace ID search and immediately see exactly what happened to that request. It is both. I'm actually pumped that we have hit all of the important points in this article. Good job, team. I did none of this. This is all Julius and Mark, mostly Julius, to be totally clear. Then we have the high cardinality data, which is expensive and slow. Sure, it's expensive on legacy logging systems that are built for low cardinality search strings. Modern columnar bases like ClickHouse, BigQuery, etc. are specifically designed for high cardinality, high dimensionality data. The tooling has caught up. Your practices should too. Yes, totally agree. We use ClickHouse for all of our logs for analytics stuff. I just used our ClickHouse deployment on PostHog for the T3 Chat Wrapped feature. Axiom built their own crazy database technology that's incredible. There's a reason they can get the prices they get and the performance they get. It's because they built their own crazy solution for this in particular. And the payoff's incredible. When you implement wide events properly, debugging transforms from archaeology to analytics. This feels LLM written. Instead of, the user said checkout failed, let me grep through 50 services and hope I find something. I've been there way too many times. I'm so thankful I don't have to be there anymore. Now you get, show me all checkout failures for premium users in the last hour where new checkout flow was enabled, grouped by error code. One query, sub-second results, root cause identified. Your logs stop lying to you. They start telling the truth, the whole truth. And then a fun thing Boris did, he didn't tell me not to mention this. I'll ask him to tell me to cut this part or not, because this is actually really cool. As a super generous offer, Boris closes this out with a crazy offer. Fill out this form and he will tell you what's working, what's not, and where you can save money with your stack. I've considered doing a stack roast thing like this, but it's so much work. I wish him luck. So cool, though. Good questions, too. Like, how big is your team? What languages are you using? What platforms are you using for your compute? What databases are you using? If you check other, does it not have a field to put in convex? Come on. Convex is also my compute layer. What data are you collecting? What observability tools are you using? Look at that. Axiom made it in. Incident management with PagerDuty, Datadog, all those. You get the idea. What coding agents do you use? And what's your monthly observability spend, log volume, number of services, etc. Super, super cool. This article was incredible, and Boris is such a bro for writing it, sharing it, and making offers like this. I highly recommend giving him a follow if you haven't. A link to his Twitter and the article is in the description, as always. I think that's all I have to say on this one, though. Curious how y'all feel. Was this as cool as I thought it was? I know logging is not the most popular topic, but doing it right is essential for building good, stable production services, and I think we can all learn something from this type of work. I'm so thankful for my team for getting this all right, so my dumb, bad console log practices aren't affecting us in production anymore. Curious how y'all feel, though. Are you excited to go fix your logs, or are you annoyed you just watched however long of a video this is, all about logging? Let me know how you feel, and until next time, peace, nerds. That was a fun one. Let me make sure we have his Twitter linked as well. Label. It doesn't need a label. I'll assign some random release date. Adjust the calendar accordingly. It's fine. That should be different. That should be different. Cool. I am happy with the schedule as it currently stands. I've been going for over 4 hours. It is also Christmas week. Yeah, I'm going to head out in a sec. Let me thank everybody I missed when I was filming that one. Thank got you, HD Negative. Appreciate it a ton regardless. McDom with the Prime. Wuzzy with the Prime. Spec AV, the legend. Good to see you, man. 29 months. And Hitesh with the 5 months of support as well. Did I miss anybody on YouTube chat? Appears I did not. Thank you all again. Sorry I was not as active on YouTube chat as I try to be. Blame YouTube for not working on Firefox with the chat going. Let's figure out who we are rating. I might stream tomorrow. Probably not, but maybe. I think we got to raid Shindigs. Is he doing Christmas carols again? Yeah, we're raiding Shindigs. Have fun with his Christmas carols. Yo, NCU with the gift as we wrap up. Thank you so much for that. Stop throwing subs. We're wrapping up, guys. Thank you all. Happy you could come through on this Tuesday. Lots of fun videos coming. It's been a crazy year. You'll hopefully see me again before the year's up, but if not, appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for making 2025 magical, and I cannot wait for next year. It's been a wild ride. Thank you all again. Have fun with Shindigs. Goodbye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well.